it's Anais the Miracle who's How's everybody doing? Oh, no way to catch up with chat this time. We're just gonna have to treat chat as this point on. Let's see. Let's see. Where is? Headphones? That was the problem. All right, no more fast, just me. Oh my God, you're loud. I'm sorry. Did we end stream? Sorry, Kakashi, if I blew your eardrums out, I did not mean to do that. Did Fast already end shared chat? She did. Wunderbar. Excelente. Okay, how's everyone doing? Hello. Now just you and me, guys. Let's set up the rest of stream. We're gonna go software and game development, and then okay, we need to get, let's see, go to stream history. Find the previous stream. Okay, character select, prototype. We did the character select, guys. We freaking did it. I almost, we need to figure out what we're doing next. I think. What would we do next? Oh, I didn't change the frame rate on my camera. That was a big mistake. Let's kick some music off. No, I like the last song better. Hold on. That's more my vibe. There we go. All right. All right, let's have a think chat. I think we're up to, I mean, we could probably do some consolidation and refactoring. That might be a good thing to do. I know that's not the most exciting thing. Ooh, I think Gamosaurus Rex should become one of Seb's mods. Goldie might have to start taking applications. Might have to be a thing. Have to figure it out. Okay, we could. So in terms of environment, I think we're going to keep working on this lobby. We're going to keep working here. We're going to keep building this environment out. So this will get better. We're going to upgrade here. What else do we do? I think the other thing at the same time, there we go. At the same time, let's have a think. If I go through to main, oh, you made God of War a mod during the stream today. All right, dude, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's huge, actually. Big news. Gamosaurus. You think Gamosaurus should be? You made God of War a mod during the stream today. Goldie, that's kind of huge, man. That's epic. Awesome. Is he around? I need to congratulate him. We'll need to get some God of War emotes in the stream going too. Yeah, he reached out. All right, nice. And you're cool with that? That works for you? If so, excellent. That sounds wunderbar, fantastisch. Excelente. Yep, all good. All right, nice. Oasis, how is your game going? Hold on. Is Oasis in here, Warplants? Hold on. How's my game? I mean, the game's going good. The game's going really good. Sounds like Gamosaurus is pretty keen. Oh, nice. Oh, we had some follows, guys. We had a lot of follows from just now. Holy crap, heaps actually. Bilbo Bunny, we had the Cookie Reaper, We had a bunch of people on their stream streaks. Vuk90 on 10 and 15. Nacho on a 10 stream streak. Koobs on a 5 stream streak. We had Chef following. We had a Hype Train. Amazing. We had Hal Hayes follow. Thank you. Guys, thanks so much. All right, this is what we got done last time. We had this, if we go characters, we get to select our characters. And, oh my God, look how many people are live. Fast is live, Fruity's live, Jess is live. Any more? We've got Cray live as well. Lots of live people. Do we need to update our board and like reprioritize doing the female what was it? It was Chesterly, the female Pestily. That's actually funny, Chesterly. I don't know if that's. I don't know. I'm sure girls can appreciate that. That's not too sexist. I don't want to make it about the gender, but that is funny. War plants. You're asking about Katie's. Yeah. Katie's game. That's a good question. How is it going? Yeah, we did pretty good with this, didn't we? And then, I mean, we should probably do the thing that this menu here. When we host, we need to be able to say public or private, and we need to be able to say how many players. That's gonna be one. That's gonna be a thing to do. Maybe we should jump straight into this. Or we just have default. We just do defaults for now. We can just do defaults for now. So, because we want to move as quickly as we can into... All right, join friend is another valuable one. Look at our matchmaking screen. Host a game. All right, and then the last thing we did at the end of the stream was this. We had this dialogue that tells you if you're a monster or not. Hey, Turbo, how are you? Welcome in, man. Okay, not monster. Maybe we do it today. I think we need to finish a refactor, like a really big refactor. I want to make sure that this is... Everything is like looking really good before we go and make broad reaching changes. So I think it's going to be a different one, guys. Did you contact Britt when you finished? It was like 4 a.m. at the time. God of War. I haven't done that yet. I guess Discord would be the way to reach out, but I'm not really going and like collecting that kind of... I feel like this kind of thing has to happen organically, God of War, with like us bouncing into each other on stream or something along those lines. How do I do this? I think I need to disable the camera to get the frame rate here better, because it's too slow right now. Are you guys noticing that? We might need to, if I manage cameras, this is the thing that needs a PC restart. All right, we're just going to leave it. Can you level design jiggle physics? If I tried hard enough. Yo. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Samian, thank you. All right, this is kind of like a key part of the game. And it needs cleaning up. This is going to be like the entry point for everything. So this really needs some refactoring. I think this is the place I start today, guys. So Okay, is this codex? Can we say what agent it is? 4.5, let's put it to high and then, okay, so we've got this nice little pattern here where input and process can then call to the different services that need input and process. I think apply initial state, if I look at it, gets called from enter tree. So let's deal with that refactor and treat that the same way. So AI actions, new chat using that. Okay, the following code is called from inside of our enter tree method. Inside of enter tree, we should be treating enter tree in the same way as we do input and process. A little bit PC designs. Yo, what do you mean? I can ask her to contact you if that would help, Seb. I mean, I just feel... All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find her Discord quickly. I'll check her Discord really quick, Gamosaurus. Hold on, sorry, God of War. Let me try. It's going to be... Brit? Yeah, it's not that one. Brit, Twitch. Brittany Burticus, sorry. What am I thinking? Burticus. My bad. Excellence, Discord. All right. There's a whole thing here that's not probably that easy to find. To find her, hold on. Is she even searchable? If you could do that, God of War, it would be good because I don't even see her in her Discord. It's surprisingly hard to find her in her own Discord, which is probably for a good reason. Let's see. No, I'm not having any luck. I'm not having any luck. This is not the time to do this. Sorry, God of War. Not the time to do this. I'll need to do it off stream sometime, but I really do appreciate you following it up. Okay, so the following code is called from inside enter tree. We should be treating enter tree in the same way as we do input and process. And process. Input and process. By that I mean that we have one node with its own native Godot functions that calls into each of the services that need to use similar behavior, keeping services pure and disconnected from node. All right. I will give her a nudge. I jumped in there. I think I'll just need to try and raid her sometime, God of War. I think that's a way to do it. Okay. By that I mean we have one node with its own native Godot functions that call in it. We should be doing that. Doing that with we should be calling a what's it called? A enter tree on time of day service and doing the code below there. The other thing, this is no good. We need to like sort this out because I think also we need to call something in time of day service that sets a flag and then process that separately. So one thing at a time. Let's start there. Okay, nudges send. Just I'm sure I'll get to touch base with her, God of War, soon enough. Guys, we are getting closer and closer to actually having some multiplayer. I'm really excited about the prospect of doing this. Going to be really, really cool. All right, while that's going, let's kick off. Back here, what more do we need from this environment? I think the flag from on the wall. On the wall, we have purple. So hold on, we need the... Generate the walls, the flags hanging on the walls, the wall on its own. I want it on its own on a white background with an orthographic perspective. There we go. Just kept it casual, to be clear. All good, all good. Thank you, God of War. Just said you joined the Discord to have a conversation about the game. Okay, nice. Thank you. I appreciate that, God of War. She would be a cool character. I think there'll be cool ideas with that one. Grimbold, if you don't mind sharing in broad strokes how you are maintaining art and design consistency across assets. Yeah, totally, dude. Great question too. Really good question, Grim. So what I do for this is I start with one like master prompt and I say, all right, if I get this prompt and give it to an AI, can I get consistent results with the output, right? So I start with this almost like a template. So, there's certain things in this prompt, and it's very important to keep this prompt really simple as you possibly can, because you'll be relying on it a lot. You use it to get from this key piece of art, like this key prompt, to pieces of art that you generate consistently. For me, it was this design. And then you make sure that you can get in other aspect ratios. And then you also make sure that if you go and you create a new prompt and give it the same input, that you get a very similar output. Notice that all of these look fairly similar, right? They're all coming from this same prompt. So you start with one key anchor point, and then you generate all this stuff that's in a similar vein and a similar theme. And from there, what you do is you branch out to all these different things. So for instance, characters, I elaborate on that prompt. Once I have this master prompt, I'll even just generate that image on its own. And then I'll say generate me an image, an image of, for instance, the villager to the left, right, of shot. So that would be like this villager. And then you give it other context like, it needs to look like this. It needs to do these things. It should do this. It shouldn't do that. All the different stuff that makes it work. And from there, you get a whole bunch of different characters, right? So you get varieties. So you can, and then once you have a large library of different characters that work, then you can say, here, take all of these reference images that are in a particular style and make me a new piece of art in the same style. And then you can extend it past what you would with that same master prompt. So that kind of gets you like, that's how I'm managing to control artistic consistency in things like characters. But the same thing is true for environments. So I'll be like, okay, for this environment, make me the, for that image, make me the layout of the level, right? And it'll be like, here it is. That's what it looks like. And then from each of those, I'll separate out and be like, okay, create me the walls or the palisades or the guard tower or the the gallows. And then each of those becomes like, a new piece of art. But it's the reason they're artistically consistent is because I've given it a consistent theme, and I've stuck with it and I've moved from reference art, from a piece of reference art into items, and then you just get more and more granular until you narrow in on a smaller piece, and then you create that piece in isolation. If that makes sense, Scramble. That's the way to get the consistency across the assets, is to make sure that you give it lots of context. And that context is often like iterate on a prompt until the prompt creates an output that you like, and then carry that output in to get bigger pieces of art, and then narrow, like zoom in on that bigger piece of art to get smaller pieces of art, because each one will be a subset of the style of the bigger piece of art. Does that make sense? I hope that clarifies, because it's an art form doing that right on its own. It's not that easy to just like prompt and get things right. Got it. Excellent. Thank you. No, dude, I'm here live, not trying to, I don't see it as this distraction. I see it like I could actually just go like clip right now, and maybe I make a YouTube video. Sorry. Maybe I make a YouTube video out of it or something, So I'm here live to teach and to help other people understand how I'm doing these things. So I really do actually appreciate questions a lot. So thank you, man. Thank you for asking. All right. Hey, AKJ973, welcome in, man. Another new chatter. Love it. All right, that can go. I have a question. How do you set a cupcake on fire in 9 minutes? I don't know. It's a talent, really. It's a talent. I have a special set of skills. You've seen me do a baking stream when I tried to make nachos, Nacho. You saw I managed to set the nachos on in less than 9 minutes, I would say. So it isn't even a stream record. Brother, nobody wants vegetables in cupcakes. Yep. I'm not wrong, though. I'm not wrong about that, am I? Okay. Whoa, hold on. Enter tree. This is it's so stupid that it can't do this. Oh, it is doing call deferred though, so I don't think it needs to do that though. Enter tree, and that does it for the current scene. It's actually doing some really annoying stuff in here. All right, that needs to do that. Okay, the problem here is get tree isn't available to it. I think I understand why it's structuring the code like this now. It doesn't actually make sense to do it differently. So, okay, it won't have access to this. We need some kind of solution for that. Runtime service could probably provide it, but all right, we're gonna need something better. We're gonna need something better. Um, I mean, really, this is just doing process, right? The fact that it's doing this process is like kind of gross anyway. Okay, there's a really gross refactor that's happened here. So we're gonna get rid of that and um, okay, so there's currently a lot of messy code around the time of day service trying to stop the time of day moving when it's not in the game scene. Here are some examples of this. I'm still giggling. It's the least controversial statement in human history. It's true. It's true. The main life-altering thing AI will help with is modeling in medical terms. Yeah, dude, absolutely. I'm a medical student. I know nothing about coding, but I'm trying to work on an AI model for my work. I'm getting every advice I can. When you say you're working on an AI model, what do you actually mean, AKJ? Because that can mean a very broad array of things, right? And it means different things to different people in different settings. So, like, if you want to actually create a, I mean, yeah, Nacho's right. What Nacho's saying there is like, look, the one thing that AI is really, really, really good at doing is looking for patterns in information and correlating things along big sets of data. And unfortunately, that's what like lawyers is a great example, and doctors both do that. That's what they're experts at doing, is like learning lots of information and then finding patterns and then matching observations to patterns. That's exactly what AI is really, really, really good at doing. Okay, I've learned about AI and machine learning, the large language model, the VLM, and I do have a model that I'm training right now, but I'm kind of lost as to GOW good it is. You're lost as to how good it is. I mean, like, what are you actually trying to achieve? How good it is? Okay. AKJ 973, like, you can, have you heard of the concept of backtesting? There's something called backtesting where, like, if you're lost as to how good it is, the thing that you can do, hold on. When you say I'm lost as to how good it is, you mean like you don't understand how good it is? Because there are systems to test that, right? What you can do if you want to understand how good it is you can take a bunch of inputs and you can take a bunch of known outputs, and then you can say, here's how good the outputs were, right? Here are the correct outputs. Here is what mine predicted. How far was I off the actual result? And then if there's error there, you can, with enough data, you can teach it to improve its results by back propagating the error. And so if you're lost as to how good it is, the first thing to do is to get some expert doctors and to record what they said that the results should be. Get your own results and then see the difference. And then if your system is bad, feed the error back into the system so that it can learn and progress. And that would be the way that you would like first measure how good it is. And that's also how you improve it, is you essentially you train it on human data. So if you're looking at doing that, that's essentially the way that I would go about trying to improve it. But the first thing you have to do is you have to collect a lot of data about what it does. about what the right answer is, and then you have to collect a bunch of data and have it make its own predictions, and then you have to quantify how right or wrong it is. Okay, so currently it's a small ECG, so echocardiogram reading model. Okay, so is it image analysis? Grembold, yo, thank you for the Prime sub. I know those Prime subs you get like one. I'm really, really grateful that you chose to use that Prime sub on our channel, man. That's awesome. Thanks, dude. All right. Very soon we're gonna have a new asset to put in on the walls. Looking forward to that. Okay. There's currently a lot of messy code around the time of day. So here are examples of it. So that needs to... there should be a way to like add this to the context. There's one. Here's another. Oh, dang it. Initially, I believe it was just recognizing pixels and pictures, and it used to give me a lot of wrong results. I've impugned 20,000 EKG readings and their diagnosis. Yo, nice. Okay, so it sounds like you're like really on the right track with it, man. You're really on the right track with this already. All right. By the way, Nacho, we're building your church. We're building your church right now. That's happening this stream. We're building the internals of the Nacho Church, the Church of Nacho. It's happening. It is happening. Here's what we've got so far. It's starting to come together. Lots of like, gaps and stuff to fix up, but check it out, man. It's happening. Here, I'll show you where it's at. This is the Church of Nacho. We're slowly making progress on it. Okay, interior, chapel, wall flag. Let's call it a wall flag. Wall, maybe even like religious wall flag. Nah, wall flag's fine. I don't know what that means. Okay, that goes to... I almost want to like create a new pinned thing here for the staging area. Maybe we'll do that. Work, base dot art, pin to quick access. Nice. That's going to be handy. Should have done that ages ago. Wall flag. Extract here. Wall flag. Do you have to know any courses or videos that I can watch to improve my knowledge? I mean, in understanding the math behind it, AKJ, I would really recommend checking out 3 Blue, 1 Brown, depending on how far through you are. Like this is a great website for understanding some of the math in machine learning. There's a great YouTube channel here. Go have a look at some of that. It gives you solid fundamentals, especially if you're looking at start with this one. I loved this one. I watched this like 100 times while building my first neural net. Just like to understand the things in it. It's very mathy, especially like the back propagation bit. But like this will really teach you a huge amount in really clear terms, especially with like image recognition. But this is just for the fundamentals. I think you need to understand these things if you're going to do meaningful work in this space though. And if all of this makes sense, then you can really start to branch out into other things like TensorFlow is a tool that you might want to understand. TensorFlow. So I'd recommend going and learning how to use this tool, like follow some of the tutorials here. Yeah, hit that up because this is how you actually start to use some of these principles at scale. But yeah, I hope that's helpful, man. I hope that's helpful. All right, all of this. Let's see. Hold on. Is this coming through? Yeah, good. Just had to tune. W Seb, our coding teacher. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that kind of stuff, it stops kind of even being coding. There's not any coding in the stuff that I linked there. That's all just like theory. But that's the thing is coding is implementation of theory. That you really need the theory before you can start to do the implementation with stuff like that. It's and it's a long journey. It's a long journey, but the amount of information that's out there is just getting more and more. AKJ, like it's growing all the time. But it sounds like you're going to take this and apply it to helping people, and that's absolutely amazing, dude. Absolutely amazing. Very, very cool. And dude, like me and lots of other people are out there to help a good cause like that. If you find yourself in need of more, even just somebody to come and talk about ideas with, man. Okay. So we're going to go with wall flag. I don't think I asked you this, but did you have fun with Unreal Engine? Yes and no, God of War. Yes and no. I want to say, like, the short is yes, I definitely did. Is it my favorite engine? No. It's very. I think it if you're listening to the talk God of War that we did, you remember we had the talk in Brisbane that I hosted. That was very it came up several times where it's like, if you want to use Unreal, you have to do things the Unreal way. And for me, it's like the Unreal way is a little bit restrictive. I just, it took a long time. I have a long time to learn. I need to learn a lot more about how that engine actually works before I can feel like comfortable and productive in it. When I'm here, and if I'm in Godot or I'm in Unity, my rate of progress for development is just so much higher. I can just move really fast. Where in Unreal, I really had to lean on Christian to do a lot of the development and a lot of the work. I could have done more of it, but it was like, I think the project needed art more than it needed anything else. So it's. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope this project can be helpful to lots of people in the future. Yeah, I feel like it could actually save lives, AKJ. It could actually save lives. If I feel like I'd really like to work on some larger projects that deal with like AI on a higher level. Then we're using AI here to build things, right? That's essentially what we're doing. We're using AI to create computer games and other software. But what you're doing there, AKJ, is you're actually creating models, which is very different from what we're doing on this stream. So I know there's a huge amount of value in creating those models, not just creating the user interface and user experiences that sit around them. So yeah, very cool, man. Very cool. Okay, where are we at? Wow, what did it do? Hold on. To the Godot facing runtime. Interesting. I don't know if I like the way that Ryder is doing this. I just said there was messy code. I didn't tell it to do anything with it, and it went and made a bunch of changes. I hit enter too soon, but loading flow already explicitly starting and stopping time of day. I'm reading that path now. Okay. Yes, good. I removed the scene awareness from the surface itself. Okay, cool. Okay, if it's paused, get out of it. If it's not the right scene, I think these can move these to fields. This seems really expensive. Is this code also related to that same change? Because it seems very expensive to have in a process loop this way. It seems like it may no longer be necessary after the most recent refactors. Okay. That's looking good. That is a pretty big open wall in ours versus theirs. Like, this wall is longer. But I guess perspective does shorten it, so maybe that's fine. We can do the... I think we need to do the wooden beams. So yeah, next thing to do, let's focus on the wooden beams, because that's going to be a really important asset for this environment. And we'll need that before we do the lanterns. We can also do the hanging candles and the ceiling. Let's go have another look just to figure out what we're doing with this versus what they're doing. There's these like things that the plants sit on. They could be really cool. The plants are also really nice. I don't half mind that. There's the wall lanterns. I think we need some different ones from the ones that we had. The next most important thing might well be the wooden beams. Generate a wooden beam. Like the ones that are attached to the walls. And then we'll check back in on progress here. Okay, I'm checking whether that per frame scene is functionally required. It still needs to be gated somewhere. Confirmed scene tree has scene change signal in the official Godot docs. Emitter after the new scene is initialized. Yep. I'm wiring the server's runtime to that so that the gameplay check becomes an event-driven cache flag. This is way more complicated. No, this is a bad solution. Why is Rider doing such a bad job compared to VS Code? I really like Rider better, but... Handle scene changed. Nah. Roll it back. Roll it back. I don't think we can use Rider for this. Honestly, I might have to stick with code. Um, right. So they have their own ways of doing things. Yeah, it's really different from engine to engine God of War. I mean, not so much. You can do things in Unity and Godot in fairly similar ways, but like Unreal is very opinionated about how things should be done. Um, like close things down before you could save, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I had to close things before I could save. I had to close things before I could commit my work. I had to close things before I could get the work of others into my scene. I had to close things just to like, there was a lot of like the engine needs to be restarted and things need to be manually regenerated, which I don't like. I think the more friction there is in the process, the worse. The worse. Okay, I don't like that. I think we need to the like a straight don't need that prompt either. Yeah, I guess that's why you said yes and no to my question. Yeah, exactly. I did really enjoy like how great the visual quality was. The engine seems really well optimized and runs very fast. That's quite nice. The I love the way that they do their rendering in the engine. That was quite nice. Um, the art pipeline honestly wasn't that nice at all. There was a lot of friction in it. I had to do a lot of work to get my assets in, which wasn't good. I think usually I want to just be able to like drag and drop something into the game and have it work, which was not the case. I think we want the metal. I mean, it's quite nice without the metal. It's just all wood, right? If I put all those metal things throughout the church, it's going to look a little like less ornamental. Um, let's see. So rather than having iron sections on the wood, I think it would be best if it was all just wood. We're going to need something more than... maybe we do just want a straight wooden beam to begin with. And we can take it from there once we have that working. All right. Let's go to the server's runtime and reapproach that problem. The following seems really expensive and doesn't belong here. This should still process inside of the game. This should still be processing inside of the non-game scene too, anyway, right? If time of day service doesn't want to function, process, if it's not in a particular scene, then it should have that gate internally. There should be a authority object that determines if the time should progress. Things should also be able to read that and make decisions. according to our new project standards, we should be reflecting on state using read to get information like this. Why would that, was that caps? Read to get information like this. Read and authority. Sorry, was it authority that we actually, that we decided for this? Yeah, reader and authority. To get information like this. Okay, nice. God, I really need to get the, I really need to sort my webcam out. This is not ideal. Maybe that's like a Facebook Marketplace thing. That could be a good move. All right, what else do we need to generate? There's the book, open book on a, what do you call the thing that you read a book on? Should be able to just do this. What do you call this thing? That beam's looking much better. I think that's going to be a very decent beam. AI mode. What's this called? Lectern. You are 100% right, Graham. You are 100% right. Coming through with the Prime subby and the key recommendations there. That's awesome. Yes, correct. Generate the lectern pictured here. The lectern from the picture. Yep, lectern. Nice. Be cool to get that in. The lanterns, the beams. If I get the beams in, a few books to like lay around the place. The bookshelf as well. Those hanging lights. And then I think it's going to be a lot of time working on the beams, honestly. Getting those beams right. And then the lighting. God, lighting's going to be fun for this. I think emissive for the glass might really help. Emissive for the glass. Lots of beams. The roof is going to be a real challenge. And then the door. Let's see in here. If in our chapel, we want to see what's that line? Oh, that's the world 0. Okay, not bad. Cool. Yep, one more asset. I like it. What's the other one that we had in here? The beams. What else have we got? Not that one. Yep, that's a good asset. That went in. This might be a bit tall, honestly, actually. Oh my god. 6,330 points. That's a lot of points. That's a lot of points. Did you guys just get the gamble going? Oh my gosh. We do not endorse gambling in this stream, but also too bad that you lost those points. Okay. That lectern is a little bit too tall. Okay. This is too tall. We need to halve its height. Need to halve the height of the stand. Keep the book the same size though. All right. Did we take a screenshot there? Because we probably need that. Okay, so let's also get a wooden beam going. Because we're going to be building a lot of stuff with this beam, so... Wooden beam short. Wooden beam short. Extract. All of that goes here. No, only my mod money. Hold on. Now he's gonna gamble his life savings away. Do you get extra monies? I know that mods get some special privileges like spamming text more quickly, which is pretty cool. Okay, wooden beam short. Oh crap. This was not what I expected actually. We might need to... I mean, that's working better for our lectern. I like that. We might need to remove the lantern though. Oh, it's a nice touch actually. We'll keep it. Though I think we'll simplify. We can add a lantern if we want to. Remove the lantern. And then we can reuse assets. So I can gamble 0. Can you guys... I saw some people say gamble everything. I don't know if that's like a thing you can do. Okay, how'd our refactor go? I would like something that... Surely there's a setting here that gives me an alert when it's finished thinking. Just a sound alert. A little ding. A little bing. Require tilde plus enter to send long prompts. Okay, surely... Nah. All right. I mean, in Happy News, it did do the refactor well. This is better. So same thing here. Seems like the same thing should be true here. This data should be in its own service. It should be something that things which depend on it query in their own process methods, rather than applying globally to all service runtimes. Via service runtime. All right, there we go. That's a lectern we can work with. You go. We get our nice smaller book here. Seb use all after the gamble. Oh, gamble all. Don't I have infinite monies anyway? When you get to lighting, you might check out Cozy Cube's edition at Codeberg. They include area lights and light shafts that might be useful. Ah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, Grimbold. That might be really cool. Codeberg. Is that what you're talking about, this? Probably not that. Codeberg. It's a GitHub competitor. Right. Right. Yeah, I think I do remember seeing this. Yeah. Cool. Check out Cozy Cube's add-ons. I might check that out, dude. That's really cool. Okay, there's our beam. There's our thing. We need one more thing here, which we're going to... I mean, we were doing it... Where was it? Here? No. Yes. 90 degrees. White background. Okay, how's this going? Good pause service, pause authority, time of day service. Nice. This is better. This is better. Now service runtime is actually getting to be quite clean. Apply input event. I'm tempted to put this behavior into a we could neaten this up like a lot. So where is that? Right here. Instead of apply input event, let's see. Instead of apply input event, it might be better to have a new interface for things like input and process. And process. All this dependency injection, I just really want to like neaten up. Okay, so register services and enter tree seem disconnected. So enter tree and register services seem to have the same responsibility. It's arbitrary as to what's in register services and what's in enter tree. Clean this up. $19, and then we also have this for context. Okay. Sergius use redeem. You guys are cooking here, doing stuff, getting it going. Yeah, accidentally picked up the domain in the copy. A mod can zap that. Hold on. Oh, yeah, no, that's pretty cool, man. Grimbold, I'm trying to like learn as much as I can about developing in developing in Godot. So as much as I can, I'm trying to implement stuff myself and assist, with a bit of assistance from AI and a few packages here and there, but mostly I'm trying to do it without drawing too much code from other people's repositories in. But might be cool. I mean, what do we got here? Gizmos. I don't actually see the lights. Light shafts. There it is. Area lights and light shafts. Also, it's using GDs, which I'm trying to keep my project pure C# at the moment as well. But it's a really cool suggestion. I might even just do this, and I'm going to stick it in my things to research. Thank you for the link. I appreciate it. Okay, where were we with this? Rotate the camera to the right 90 degrees. It did not respect the white background. It should be essentially a square as we view this beam from the side. What? Jules? I'll keep all my points. Okay, hold on. I'll duel you, Sergius. Oh, I only have 0 points. Boo! Oh well. Oh well. Okay. Whoa. Whoa, that's a big change. All right, cool, but this looks way better, but did it add a service container just now? No. I mean, I'm into it. We're starting to get a bit of a dependency injection library here. Okay, big improvement, but that's a big improvement. Do we need any of these fields now, though? That's a big improvement. There now seem to be lots of fields that may not need to exist anymore. Why are we keeping these fields if they're registered with the service and are not referenced anymore inside of server's runtime? I should probably stash that though, because I do like the change a lot. Yeah, I should have staged, because already I feel like we're making like big progress. And that's outside of content, right? Lobby player composition. Yeah, I need to drill into you. I don't know if you're good. All right, yeah, you need investigation. We did like this refactor. We did like this refactor, didn't we? Lots of simplifications here, which I like. Okay. This is now looking much better. This is now looking much, much better. Seb, try Gamba now. I gave you 100k points. I mean, we can do the... I'll do the duel again with Sergius. Wants to duel you for 200. You can accept or deny within 2 minutes. All right, come at me, Sergius. Okay, initialize surfaces. This is like, honestly, I'm liking the shape of this a lot better. We're really starting to see improvements now. Sergius won 200 points. Well done, Sergius. Well done. You win. You win. Okay. Let's get our lectern in. Lectern. This one? Yes. Lectern, extract. That can go there. That's why I don't gamba, so I can retain my ranking. Nice. It's a big ranking. It's a big ranking there. For sure. Okay, art tests. Nice. That might actually already be the right size too. Sorry, what am I doing? I don't want a folder. I want a scene. Lectern. 0, 0, 0. We want to put him a little bit up. Let's get our lectern there. Okay, go to our art reference. It's kind of in that corner, isn't it? That's a vibe. Feel like we probably need to push it a little further into that corner. Just that I don't want people getting blocked. It's cool that it's there, but it needs to get out of the way. And then it is a thing we can collide with, so that's going to be a collision mesh. Collision shape 3D, yep. Shape will be a... Yep, I think a box. Like so. Maybe we'll even actually try and do a... I think a lot of people are going to be messing around in here a lot of the time. So we're going to do one more collision shape. Make that a box. And we're going to do this. How Jules works in background. Random generator. Okay, okay. You just type the person you want to duel. I see, but how decides who wins? Completely random. Right. Yes. Just all luck. So in a game like that, the only way to win is to have lots of attempts. Maximize your attempts. And that's how you win. Take lots of shots. Because you miss all the shots you don't keep, but then you have to generate the coins to take the shots and you can lose. It's better to be in the race, isn't it? It's like that with games, I feel like, too, guys. You just have to keep making them. Just have to keep trying. So static body 3D. You two go there. We might even have to put a light on there, but let's do it when we do the lighting pass and we get to that. It is kind of like up toward the front. Maybe we like shift it across here. Nah, I liked it where it was. Okay. So casino with red and black. But not taking shots, do you also mean you keep what you already have? I mean, yes. Yeah, kind of. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, but like if you fail, you know, just like letting it be defeat, you need to learn from it, but keep carrying on and keep moving forward is the real trick. Yeah, I think, yeah. Because you really lose when you stop trying. Okay. Rotate the camera to the right 90 degrees as we view this beam directly from the side, seeing as its end occludes the rest of the beam. Let's do a different approach here. Change the perspective so that we view this beam from the top down. There we go. Tommy, yo, good to see you in here, dude. It was cool to have you in Fass's stream, man. Really good to see you there. Welcome in here. Okay, let's see. That lectern actually looks really cool. And it's about the right size. Oh, it's still too big for these guys. Do I need to make it even shorter? That's wild. I underestimate how short these guys are. It'll do for now. I don't want to get too fixated on details. Okay. So this is going to be the front angle, I guess. And we'll also use this next one as the top. And that might be enough. That might be enough for us to get this beam. This beam is going to be a really important asset. So actually, it's surprising how simple this is. But when you see how many times we use this, this is actually one of the most important things it will do for this entire space. It's like as important as a character in some sense. The other thing I want to do is change the perspective. I want to change the perspective to view the door coming in. So we might do another paint over of that so that we get the door and then we can generate the door and stick the door in. Speaking of things, where was... All right, there's our code now. It's looking better. Let's do our code review. We've got the playback music runtime. I mean, all of the code is still working. We changed the shape of it. Time of day, runtime changed to reader. Yep. Then we got a service. Start and stop. Good. And what else have we got? User settings. Okay. Display server, .get name equals headless. This is, all right, yep. Okay, so refactor. Let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. Generate me a commit message for the current staged changes. And all of this except for the art, I think. Yep, handy. 5 stream streak. Nice, Tommy. It's been good to have you here for these streams, man. I know I've been streaming a lot lately and locking in. It's been fun. The camera really needs a bit of work here. I gotta figure that out. It's the colors are off and the frame rate's low. So coming soon. Better camera, but dude, it's been a good bit of stream, like a good few streams. You know, even if the numbers aren't huge, it's been really enjoyable. Raisins, thank you for the tier 1 resub. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Based code hype, based code
It's
hype,
a lot of
based
hype.
code hype, based code hype, based code hype, based code hype, based code hype.
We need I like that emote. We need more such emotes. All right, let's have a look at other big refactors we probably need to do. That we need to be preparing for multiplayer. Multiplayer is coming really soon, and if we don't have our stuff locked down, it's going to get messy. Okay. With that in mind, we probably need to just like code review a lot of stuff. Of course, no. Seriously, Raisins, it's not of course. You didn't have to be here resubscribing. You didn't have to be around for 4 months. You didn't have to be so active in the chat. It's not an of course, it's not an of course, it's a thank you. I don't like that it's getting by a string. We probably need to fix that. Oh, the other thing that we could do, guys. Once that's done, we could get our character pipeline moving. Should I do the character pipeline? I mean, it's a work in progress. We could kick it off. We could like keep it going. All right. Let's get our wooden beam in. That'll be the next thing. Create a folder. Wooden beam. Should I just call it wood beam? Oh, hold on. We already have it. These go. Delete. Wood and beam. No, we're going to call it wood beam. Wood beam short. Woo beam short. No, wood beam short. Okay. And we love having you in chat. Yeah, that we do. That we do. Create new scene. Wood beam short. Zero this out. 0, 0, 0. Yeah, this needs to be a big ass asset. I think we'll double its size. Where can we stick this thing to make it make sense? Something like that, I think. Okay. Yo, Rots, how you doing? How's it going? Have a great Coding Friday in advance, everybody. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's already Friday for me here. Friday is already well underway. Well underway. Okay, so let's see. In our editor, what I want to do here, we're going to go back here. We're going to make it large. We go a bit forward. And then where's our prompts? So I'm going to flip the camera's direction and we'll do a paint over from the other direction looking towards the door of the chapel. Reply ready when you're ready to go. The reason I'm doing this, by the way, guys, like saying reply ready, is so that in my next prompt, I can attach an image. Once you edit an existing thing, you just can't do that anymore. So this allows me to do that. So we're going to do a paint over of your paint over of this block out. Style of the last block out generated. Okay. For me too, more like still Wednesday, since I was kind of hyper focused. Yeah, I can get like that, where I just like lock in and lose track of time. But yeah, it is Friday, April 3rd, Time is moving fast though, guys. Time is moving fast. Surprisingly quick. Okay. That church interior is going to be good. We probably didn't need to do this, but it will give us some ideas for how to dress up the that environment. Yeah, not bad. So let's with the front door in mind. That stone wall can go off. Guess what we need is generate just the door from this image on its own without the rest of the environment. Include the wooden door frame though. Stone door frame. Door frame though. So the other thing I want to do there is use neutral lighting. Whoa, why'd it get rid of the rest of it? Ah, man. Okay. Generate the door from this image on its own. Include only the stone door frame. None of the walls or the rest of the environment. Use neutral lighting. Front on perspective for use in 3D modeling reference. Okay. I don't know if you were here when I mentioned it, but I was excited. I got a statue. I found a matching costume to cosplay as when the game is out to wear as I play it. Oh my god, Raisins, that's sick. You got a cosplay of the statue. You're gonna cosplay the statue. That's really, really good. I got a statue. Hold on. I found a matching costume to cosplay. Okay, that's really, really cool, Raisins. We'll need to make sure that your statue looks especially appropriate for your cosplay then, won't we? That's really cool. A couple of options sitting in my Amazon shopping cart until the release date. Yo. I had most of the time I've been lurking, but it does look like a W idea. Keen to see your cosplay your statue. That's sick. That's so cool. I got to watch a draw of the football, ADL versus AKL, instead of working today. Interesting. Nudge me when the time comes. You will be one of the people I donate a game key to. Yo, huge. Okay, that's... I think we need to do it like this. No model is used in reference. We need to copy that and put it here. Would be really cool to get the light done like this. Lighting is going to be interesting. We'll need some more of those bookshelves, I think. Bookshelves are going to do really well here. Okay. Try again. This time, generate the door from scratch as 3D modeling reference. Oh, I misspoke. You know, it's doing a good job when you consider what it's actually been given to work with. I think I don't want this paint over though. That's the issue. I gave it an image and that was my mistake. All right, hold up. Where are we? So that I don't get too caught up on the art. I need to... All right, 2 of these. I mean, I think those banners just need to get bigger. Hold on, let's go into our art tests and have an adjustment there. I think this, we made a mistake by sticking it on that pillar. We want it there. We want it just like on a wall. And now let's crank its size. So wall flag, maybe like 2. Yeah. Whoa, what happened with them? Didn't we? I swear we had flags in here. That's a little scary. That our assets just disappeared off the wall. Okay. That's really weird. All right, looks quite good. $180. Seems like we want these on either side of the doors. Okay. We have to tune in to watch you stream. I mean, dude, I would love to watch you stream and cosplay playing this game. I feel like the first time we like go stream, like when the game goes live, it'll just be a week of going to people who watch who are playing the game and just being like, I made this. How do you like it? Wouldn't that be cool? Depends what the amount will be in the end. I'm thinking 50 to 100 copies to give away to people. We'll make a W red carpet of the game launch. Oh my God, God of War. That's like, that would really, you know, the algorithm really listens to initial sales. 500 copies is huge. Actually huge. It would be crazy for the game to get that many sales in the first like initial launch. I guess you know what, like, it's not that crazy. It actually, in truth, needs a lot more than that to be successful, but that would be so incredible. And I'm sure, you know, it would probably get it in front of a few people. Non-stop stream community playing the game. Oh, God, wouldn't it be amazing, guys, if we could, like... That would be incredible. Let me just say that. That would be incredible. I don't want to get too excited about something like that happening, but Makes me motivated to lock in and get this thing really good. Where's that window? It's not in here, that's why. Now that that's bigger, I feel like this has to go up. All right, I'm gonna have to go like get mathematical on this in a minute. I think a lot of this is because the center of the world isn't like... What if I did this? If that was 0... Okay. Floors, pews, hold on. Walls, windows, lecterns, everything with the floor, I think. There's an issue here. There's an issue here with the placement, guys. Do I deal with it right now? I think it's best to deal with these things when you first notice them. The carpet needs to go off the floor. No pressure. I was just going to take a pic and make a clip to send you all out of excitement. I mean, I would tune in. I would tune into that. I would tune into that, Raisins. I'll be terrible. I'll play it, but half the time I'm just going back to my statue to admire it. That's not a bad way to play. Not a bad way to play. Okay, now I feel like we're actually a little more centered with the whole world. All right, we eyeballing it for now. All right. I need to think, guys. I need to think. We are going to need... Is now the time to do it. I'm trying to consider if I do a networking push and start it like right now, or... I mean, God, I didn't even change my... building the... There's the new status. So we're not in just chatting. Maybe we just build the chapel this stream. The other thing, though, is I could actually start with multiplayer. We're close enough to do it. We're close enough to actually start doing that. The thing I want to really get right before then, though, is the... I really want to get the... I want to get the architecture right before we do that. That's the big thing. There's a lot of code changes that need to happen in here, and a lot of systems. I mean, I did do this refactor. So it's pretty damn close. Let's have a look at like... Yeah, I think it's time. I think it's actually time, guys. We could finish the chapel off, but the thing to do might really be... Oh, that's why the wall flags disappeared. We placed them in the wrong scene. We can finish off the chapel as we go, but it might be the right time to actually start some multiplayer implementation, which is scary and very exciting all at the same time. I mean, here's the chapel space. Let's just go from the lobby, from the main menu into the lobby, see what we're dealing with. You can kind of tell, guys, I'm like hesitant to jump into this because it's such a big part of the project. And if I don't do the first few steps of this right, it's gonna go quite, you know, the consequence of it is gonna be a big like knock-on effect, right? So matchmake a game, join a friend, host a game. What we can do, if we host a game and then we select a player, the first step, so not monster, so then we're in game, we're not a monster. If we can get 2 players in here walking around, wouldn't that be freaking exciting? I mean, imagine if we did that. I think I would like to have the lobby finished before I get another person in here. And I'm going to be so excited by finishing multiplayer if we do that, that I'm going to want to get someone in. There's no way I'm stopping myself doing that. So I think we think, yeah, probably if we should just lock in 100% focus on finishing the art for this environment. And then from there, we can focus on multiplayer next. Quick question, Seb. Under what category will I fit in the main menu? Under what category will I fit? Hold, do you want to see it, God of War? Have you seen where your character is? If you haven't already seen this, here it is. If we go play, host a game, you are right there. God of War. Isn't it cool? I can't believe you hadn't seen this already. This is where it is. So there's like, how it goes is there's all the different characters. And from here, a person will be able to, like, if you want to play your character, when you join, if it's not already selected in the lobby, it'll be selectable here. So like, since I'm the host, nobody is in here and nobody selected any of the other villages. And so I'll be able to go select, and then it will say you are or you're not a monster. And then we're in. We're in with the God of War character. Isn't that freaking awesome? I did not see the Twitch symbol. Yeah, there's 3 categories of supporters. There's the donor supporter, there's like streamer supporter, and there's YouTube too. By the way, Seb, the character table design in the scene is different than the others. The wooden table design, I mean. Hold on. Which one, Dragihan? You mean the, oh, hold on. We were doing this here. Image 2 is better. I think we need to... Okay, so let's just go. We're now going to generate a new image of a door. Reply ready when you're ready to go. where you can select the characters, the wooden frame design. Oh, you mean the left and the right side are different from one another? Yeah. Do you think it looks bad? Do you think it looks bad, Draggy Hand? Because I intentionally did that. I could make them both the same, but I figured like a little bit of variety here would be cool. All right, I think it sounds like you're on team use the same border for each of them. In which case, which one's better? The left one or the right one? Because, in all these different panels, I'm really trying to go with like maybe it's a really good point. Maybe them looking all of the same would be much better. But when you select the host game, etc., it's the same border. That's true too. So it's the same as the right one. Yeah. I could make them the same border. I definitely could do that. Good point. If you think, let's do a quick troll. That's why I thought they were different. Yeah. Okay, should panel backgrounds be similar, same design consistently, different, some variety. Quick poll, 2 minutes, go. I think the same is better as a design language. Yeah, I can see it. I can see why that might be a decision, but then also there are certain times where like it makes sense for it to appear different as well, right? Yeah, you might actually be really right about that. I think the variety, just like this is a different panel though. This is like a character select and this is the info panel, but like for consistency, we could do it. I guess there's less variety though. That's what my mind is telling me is like, it's nice to make them a little bit distinct, but, where are we? So not monster. I mean, this one's different again, you'll notice. And then this one's different again. And I don't think it works badly here. So, same design consistently. All right, some people voting for consistency here. Maybe consistent with the same visual field. Variety to mean something specific. Right. Just not on the same screen. All right, I'm hearing you guys. So we're gonna go in and redesign that. Some people think the variety is not bad. On that same screen though, let's change it there. So that's our character menu. What about that? Is that a bit better? A lot of people feeling like it should be consistent. Okay, thank you guys. You guys are speaking loud and clear here. That's good to know. What about something like this? Slightly different. How do I move you? Move. And then I can like line up the tops. If I get rid of that spacer control, now they're about on the same line. This can scale down. Is there a customer minimum size or something going on here? What's going on? Stretch mode. Fit width. Fit width proportional. Wow, that's what happened there? All right, that's not ideal. What we can do though, it's going to be character label also. Character label, fixing up as we go, that's nice. If I add a little to the top now, that'll push it down and get it more in line. Okay, let's have another look. Yeah, the height difference was disturbing for me mostly. And the blue plate difference. Okay, yeah. Maybe now it'll look more consistent, Dragihan. Overall the same thing. Raisins, yeah, I hear you. Probably might just be the different sizes between the blue plates. You wouldn't notice the other differences as much if you didn't notice that. Gotcha. How about that? It's very samey though, I will say. I will say that feels very samey now. It loses a little something, if you ask me. There's also artifacting on this panel. I need to figure that out. All right, so I'm not satisfied with that yet. Okay, sorry for the sidetrack. No, like it's a valuable sidetrack. It's a valuable sidetrack. And we are gonna improve this. Ultimately, that's the huge advantage of being here streaming with you guys. Is like sometimes something feels off, and if you feel that draggy hand, there's a really good chance that maybe 1% of people share that sentiment, right? And that means 1 in 100 people, right? If this game gets 10,000. 10,000 people watching that, it means playing it, 100 people might feel that that's off, and I don't want that, right? So I feel like sometimes people's opinions and voices can be amplified out across the development process, and it's very important to try and listen to that. Let's try this. If I now I move this up a little, I don't mind the sidetrack if it leads to some improvements. And it seems like a lot of people were agreeing with you, Draggy Hans. So, where is it? The character menu. Top space's height could be like 24 or like 50 actually. Maybe 60. 80. Tempted to try and put that panel there again. About like that. Characters. Where's it? Okay, that top spacer works there. Where's the margin top? I feel like the margin might be important if it could be something like that, but now we need to create space at the top of this again. Getting pretty close to where we were before, but maybe this. The background panel, that left panel has which is the background? There's a background in here. I think it's going to be... It's not the tabs. It's not this. It's not the panel margin. Somewhere in here there's going to be the object with the background texture. Maybe I flip that to our... whoopsie daisy. Quick load. Okay, where is it? This one. There's some issues with the slices now. Whoa, not that much. About there. There's the bottom, and then we can do a little more on the left. Whoa, way less on the left. $75. On the right, the bottom needs to go. Whoa, what the hell? That's a weird one. All right. Now we've got that 9 slice sprite going. Maybe this now looks more consistent. Okay, what do you think now, Dragihan? Is that better? Okay, what do we think, chat? Better or still too inconsistent? I just needs like it needs something to tell the left from the right. Otherwise, they're too samey. But now they're samey, but a little bit different. Hopefully that looks okay now. There's an extra line on the outside of this, but it doesn't matter. You have an RTX 5090. Have you tried running any local LLMs on it? Yeah. I have DGen 1, but it's also not as good as the cloud ones. Not as good as the cloud ones, unfortunately. I've tried running the best ones, but dumpster vibe. Yes, a little bit. Did you see Fastvi's character, by the way? The right side looks darker because of the position of the shade. God of War, hold on. The position of the shade. The right one's going to look darker because of the color of this top banner. This top, like the wood on this little thing is different from the wood there. So I think in general, that's going to be what's creating the shift in difference. Because the lighting of the environment actually won't affect the lighting of these panels. But all right, that was a bit of a side quest. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you for the suggestion, though. Final version, maybe not. Hold on, what do you mean? What I mean, Seb, is this. All right, I'll wait for your next message, God of War, and see what you mean. There's a lot of pre-processing on the frontier models which adjust your prompts, right? That's mainly missing the most important native LLM usage, I think. Yeah, Rostec, the local ones just aren't cutting it yet. There's something else happening behind the scenes there. Oh, yo, Drakihan. Dude, thank you. Thank you. 5 gifted subs. You didn't have to do that, man. You did not have to do that, but I appreciate it all the same. Big W, man. Huge win. Thanks. The sidetrack is on me. No, dude, it's not like, yeah, it's on you, but honestly, like that's how our game gets better, man. Our game gets better with the sidetracks. I'm doing this stuff because, you know, I want to listen to everybody and their opinions on how this stuff ought to, you know, what the game ought to look like and be. And ultimately it winds up making a better game, man. It winds up making a better game. It really, really does. All right, we'll leave it for now. We'll leave that for now. W, can I sidetrack him a lot with the subs? I did. Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, like I don't even mind. I don't even mind it. What was I doing? I was doing this. I was adding in some beams and making decisions about multiplayer was the other really big thing I was kind of doing. Okay, generate. Okay, we're going to generate a door from the scene in high detail from scratch without using any of the existing images, but use their look and feel as a guide. Generate the giant double doors at the entrance. Okay, and then the other thing we might be able to do here, which could be cool, if I look at our modeling reference, there's slight angles on this, but it could just be like a 3-tier system that we use. Like we could just do this. We can just do this, right? Like that. Like let's bring it forward a little and up. And then the same thing here. And then we'll have to copy this, make one more. Whoops. I haven't been doing any funky copies here, have I? What's going on? I duplicated the... Somehow I moved the carpet. The carpet really ought to not be there. We're gonna take it off the floor. I know it is actually on the floor, but we're not gonna do that. And we'll scale it a little further. We usually don't like to scale things with textures like that, but we're going to do it. We're going to make an exception. Okay, and then we're going to have one floor segment that we duplicate and paste. Put that at 0, 0, 0. Interesting that 0, 0, 0 changed now. Shouldn't this yellow line indicate 0, 0, 0? So there's a little pedestal in the middle of the whole space. If we do this, we'll make it like 2, 2, 2. Maybe like 1.8. How's that looking now? Nah, 1.5. Thank you again, Dragihan. I'd like, dude, you know that when you give me stuff like that, it's not a sidetrack. It's actually like room for me to improve. It's a valued suggestion is what I'm getting at, man. User feedback is such a critical part of the game design process. And usually you don't get detailed feedback from people. You have to wait till you go to some user testing session or something like PAX, and then you get very vague feedback, right? So something, when you come along and you say something specific like, hey, that menu feels off to me, I'm going to listen, dude. That is what we are here for. Literally. All right, this whole floor actually is going to go, and we're going to copy this one because we know that it's at the right height. All right, let's run around and have a look at how this actually comes together now. And we'll get another vibe check on that menu on the way through. Do you have any idea how you will collect user feedback and bug reports? I think I'm probably going to run it through a Discord channel, honestly. You know, a community Discord. Get everybody here in that, and then create a like you can do forums in Discord, and I think that's the way that I want to probably do it. Host a game. Select a character. That might be a little bit too aggressive. The stairs, not as grand when I see it next to the size of a person. So we're gonna adjust that. In chapel, that. I mean, really, it's this one. Then we need that to move back to avoid the Z fighting. And this as well. Okay. Seb, this is what I mean with the two menus. The left side is at the sun side and the right side is behind a tree or something like that. So it's more in the shadows. With the menu, you mean God of War? Here, let me try and... I think it's got to do with the surrounding environment, right? If I do this... Paste that, and then... Paste that. You see how they are the same. They're the same colors as one another. It just appears because of the surroundings. What I mean is it looks good in my eyes. Oh, okay. So you mean you like the fact that there's a darker background on one side and a lighter background on another side. Okay, I got you. Yep, cool. Cool. The surroundings are sun and shadow. I see. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking of tilting the angle a little bit more towards the church, and potentially even like when you once you select a character. So say we select a character. I was thinking I might zoom fly into the church instead of just doing that screen. Okay, this is looking better. That dais can now move back. All right. What else have we got going on in here? I think it might just be time for the pillars and beams and the rest of the walls and the doors. Okay, great. That actually will work for us. Create the door in isolation. Remove the walls, floors, etc. We're going to remove the walls around the door and the lower floor with a carpet. Do this as a 3D modeling reference. Keep the perspective. Create the image with a white background. Create image, go. The Crow, hey, how you doing? Are you getting ChatGPT to cooperate when you want textures? It can be hard to get specific results in my experience. Yeah, it's really hard. It's a really hard process. I tend to I'll take this and I'll use it to, usually I'll use some kind of like AI to generate the 3D model, and it does like texture projection as a part of that process. And so it'll like infer where the textures need to be and we'll get new textures. So I'm not actually using GPT. I'm just using GPT to get the modeling reference and then letting an AI, like a 3D AI, make a 3D model, and that has its textures, if that makes any sense. All right. We are not getting this at all. Keep the door frame and floor and immediate floor and steps. Neutral light. Okay. I think it's not going to be a bad idea to finish this off, guys. Like to just get this environment done. And one thing we can definitely do here is rely on the symmetry and like flip the walls. I normally find a long description on a texture or animal and chunk it and chuck that in, and it generates pretty well mostly. I find a long description on a texture. I mean, yeah, if you can be really specific with what you want out of the texture, you'll get a better result. One thing that can be very useful, and I think this is what Gamosaurus is referring to, is you can how to explain it? If you can get your AI to build you the prompt for your texture, that can be very effective, if that makes sense. So like, instead of making the texture prompt yourself, get the AI to make the texture prompt. And then it's much easier to, you can get a better result. Biased as I am Greek Orthodox, but we still went to Catholic schools, and I've seen different styles, but old school cathedral art and design has always been so beautiful and fascinating to me. Yeah, I mean, it really is. I agree with you. It's a hard agree from me there, Raisins. I think like a lot of beautiful, beautiful churches exist in the world. And there are some churches where like people literally spent hundreds of years working on it to make the most beautiful piece of architecture that they could. It's, yeah, hard agree on that one. Okay, so we need a wall. We need a wall like that. All right, now we're getting there, I guess. That will do the trick for our, that'll do the trick. So, let me think. Sorry guys, just getting a message quickly. Got to check on that one. Okay, all good. Hello, Goobs. Good to see you. How are you doing? So, hola. Indeed. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm doing good. Long holiday, get to lock in and work on the game. You guys know how I feel about doing that. Whenever I get a chance to. Okay, yeah. So, let's check this in. I mean, is this neutral lighting enough? I don't think this is really leaning into the lighting. Hold on. What do we use in previous prompts? This door one is actually really giving us a bit of struggle. I mean, we did it back here. I mean, geez, it did a really good job considering that I didn't actually instruct it not to do lighting. I think we might need to... do one more pass at this. I don't even think that's the one. Hold on. Okay, so... what if we do this? What if we give it a whole bunch of reference like the kind of art that we have and be like, more, do one like in this style, please. So we're going to do that. We're going to do that. So copy it as a PNG. There we go. Copy as PNG. Copy as PNG. And then with that, have one more shot at this, but redesign the door with the style and lighting of the reference images provided. It's close, but it's not quite there. Need to get it released? Oh, dude, there's so much that needs to happen before this would be release ready. But as I look at it and think like, I don't know. Would it make money? Would it make money if I locked in and like doubled or tripled or quadrupled the amount of effort that I've already put into it, which is what it might take to make it actually like a product that I would be happy giving to people. Would it then be worth it? That's the big question to me. That's the big question, I think. All right. It's a scary question. Wood beam short. Okay, so we're going to go ceilings. Of course, reparent to new node. ceilings. I misspelled that? Yeah, I did. And let's use our reference art here. We're going to lean on that a lot. Okay, we're going to have 2 vertical beams on either side separating these. So these need to go further across. The width of that needs to be... a little longer, and then I hate the Z fighting we're going to get here, but for the sake of speed, there it is, the Z fighting. Could do it like that. Which one looks better? All right. And then that means we also have to really get our pillars locked in as well. Whoa, I don't know why sometimes it does that. You tab to it and it focuses on a different object. Hello, Ferazot. How you doing? Just figured Seb was baking with her sister. Damn, I thought this man... I thought this man had some serious riz. Dude, thank you, man. You, Ferazot, you stuck around from the baking stream? Because by serious riz, I don't know if anybody's ever described a game developer as like having serious riz, but I'll take it. I'll take it. No, thank you for the comment, man. Never underestimate game dev riz. True that. True that. Very true. Okay, 90 degrees that way. Then we want to copy him first. 0, 0, 0. Spin him 90. He can go up here, and then I think these beams can be much longer than the other beams. And they go all the way, like it's one beam basically all the way to the... I mean, that's a lot of stretchy. It's too much stretchy. I'd be comfortable with about that amount of stretchy. So we may as well not stretchy quite that much. We need about that much stretchy. So it goes there. Shouldn't be doing that because I want symmetry, so... There we go. All right. Well, baking with his sister. Look, I wasn't. What are you talking about, Raisins? A person can just have Riz free of a context. I was not putting on any kind of Riz there. If people perceived Riz, Riz is in the eye of the beholder. Glad some people experienced that. Okay, there we go. I think in this case that middle beam, which I think we compressed a little. But now that I see it, I don't feel like it's compressed. I mean, someone's saying you have Riz, but that's family baking stream. Nope, true. Do I want to? I could stretch the beams vertically. I think we just need those like pillar things. These little like things in the corners, those are quite nice. I think we want that. Do we have something else cooking while we were going? Yeah, we did. All right. I think that will do for do for doors. We're just gonna go with that. And let's put it into our catalog. I still don't think its lighting is as neutral as I would have liked it to be. But we'll deal. We will deal. Do we have those flags on the wall near the entrance? Yes. Yes, we do. We need a little thingy at the door. I don't know what that is. We're charming, yo. Thank you, Raisin. And agreement there from God of War. I do enjoy spending time with her for sure. Okay. If we get the door in, that'll be cool. But I do think we need the little like step that sits at the front. So this step might really actually be quite necessary to really like round that wall out. The other decision I think we're like subconsciously making here without realizing it is we are designing this as a room that is enclosed and doesn't open. It doesn't open out into the world. Which is an important design decision because that means we're going to have like we're going to essentially have rooms and loading, and when we get to multiplayer, that's going to be a big design decision. But for now, let's just keep on keeping on. Okay, hold on, actually. In the lobby, did I just place anything? No. We should close this out entirely and then go to the chapel, and then we can just get an idea of how it's actually coming together. I think this door will make a big difference. We need, what do you call these? The beams, I don't know. We need windows on the other side, of course. -90 to flip them. Getting there. Getting there, guys. It's going to be pretty cool when it's done. It is actually coming along. A little bit at a time. It's coming along. The light's going to be a really, really fun part of this. Getting the light right. We could just put like flat walls here, and then the roof will handle a lot of it. Base code, I think you meant girders. Girders, yeah, girders. True, true, true. Very true. That is what I meant, yeah. Okay, these go against our wall. I'm tempted to, if we leave this off, let's go through main. And I mean, we should probably put our environmental lights in here. Like we have our rendering working for outside. We could just use that inside. Play host. Not a monster. It's been a while since we saw that, since we got a monster roll. I think we do it. I think we do it, guys. Lobby gets... In lobby, let's add in... Environment has it. What's it called? It's the... Oh, it doesn't have it. Sorry, it's main that has this. Environment... Rendering. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now our light is starting to look a little more... in. All right, one more run. And for chat, the other word was in Dutch because I know his Dutch roots. Yeah, God of War. How did you like Draakblakken? I wouldn't have known the Dutch word. I would not have known the Dutch word. Why do I keep going characters? I think it's my force of habit. Let's go the king. Again, not monster. Look at him. He looks so at home with his red carpet. All right. Maybe we should change the time of day, though. I think the time of day... Is it going to be running? I think... No, we'll leave it off. I think we want it off. But we're starting to get it. I think I'm going to need to fix up some of the... We'll fix up some of the walls and floors for sure. Draak equals carry. Blakken equals beams. So load-bearing beams. Yeah. Could also be carry beam. Yep. Draakblakken. God of War. It's like, I actually really would love to learn more Dutch. So it's cool that you share that with me. All right, this block is going to be annoying if I don't, for poor Cray with his little legs, for the king. I think we'll lower it just a little bit. Hold on, I'm in the wrong space. That's probably a bit better. Okay. If you want Greek writing in any part of it, I've got you. Raisins, do you know Greek? That's pretty cool. Let's see. Let's finish the beams. I think beams need to go at the top of all of the walls, essentially. So this we can replicate. Can replicate on each side. About there. All right. We do need to get those pillars in. Those pillars really like make it. Girders. I think that whole wall is an important like component to make. Do we have... Yes, we do that. All right. The roof will be a fairly big challenge. It's going to be very interesting to get right. Before I forget, now that I've noticed, we need our waste scunting. Get rid of our block out. How are the cupcakes? Cupcakes were mission success. Yes, I would say so. I would say so. I know they would be good just from the ingredients. True, true. I was born and raised in the US, but my parents immigrated here. I speak it fluently, a little bit broken, but still legit. No, that's cool. That's cool. I think like, you know, Greek and Latin for like, you know, for these kind of settings could actually be really good. You know, one day this game might need localization too. That's another whole kettle of fish, isn't it? Localizing games is a lot of work. But if we want everybody to play, that's the price you pay. Always a W baking stream if they use the fingers to clean the bowl. True. True, God of War. Very true. Okay. Looking good. Can I just yeet straight into the lobby? Do I have a player spawn? I've got the player spawn point. I need an editor script to do that. To just like spawn us. Okay, the other thing is I noticed this. Whoa. What's it getting? Oh, chapel, of course. It's getting the whole dang thing. We need to scooch the floor across a little bit. That and that. Okay, hold on, hold on. All of that, all of that. Nope, we didn't get it. What have I done with this flooring? Okay, there we go. All right, run him. But if you ask me to left you a little in the bowl to test it, hold on. I mean, yeah, look, you always have to test the you know, the raw ingredients to make sure that the outcome's going to be quality. I'm tempted to go downstairs and steal one, but we need them for tomorrow, or I'll be like, potentially if I eat them, I'll be stealing them from someone tomorrow. Yo, we got monsters. We got monsters this time, guys. Okay, we're gonna go. Maiden turns into newlyweds. Oh, no, we didn't. I just clicked the character button. I got so excited. Not monsters. Monsters are so rare, guys. 1 in 6 times. We're getting pretty unlucky with it. I'm gonna need to fix up these textures for sure. All right, still a gap there in the floor. It's just the tiniest bit of motion in the other direction will be enough. Yo, thank you for the biddies. The old saying
is the difference between a good mom and a great mom. A good mom lets you lick the bowl. A great mom turns off the blender before letting you lick the bowl. Smiley face emoji.
That's pretty good. That's pretty funny. Yep. Yep. Okay. Look, guys, I think we need to, if we really want this to be fancy, let's do the table. The table's going to be a great asset, actually. So we need to go even further back. All of that just to get the door. Okay, this one. Generate the in the middle of frame with the blue, with the purple tablecloth. White background. From this picture, white background. Yeah, that'll be cool if we get the table in. Table is going to be one more very nice detail. We already have candles, so we can place some candles and then lanterns all over the wall. Oh, then we're going to be cooking, guys. Then we're going to be cooking. Not to mention the hanging candles, which is another thing we need to do. Oh, it'll be very cool if we go here, hit the door, and then we can actually walk out into the town. It's not going to be exciting, guys. Brit just replied to the message sent to her. I would say time for the rocket to lift off. Hold on. Where is she? Okay, hold up. I still can't, like, is it possible to find her in the... How do I freaking find her in the Discord? It's not a thing. I cannot see it. I mean, that's exciting though, God of War. That's exciting. How we doing? We doing pretty good. Look, I've been working on the church. Top right corner. I don't see that. I don't have that. Top right corner is different for me, I think. This is what I get for top right corner. That's what I see at top right corner. She just like ain't there. Search. I mean, yeah, I'm right here and I'm searching. If I search, I get like funny clips and stuff. Literally, that's it, dude. I think you're probably like a big member of our community, dude, and for that reason, you see something different from what I do. This is what I got, dude. There ain't no Bert there. Are you seeing something I'm not seeing? She doesn't appear online for me either. Sorry, dude. Okay, where are we? We are trying to... Let's see our door. See if our door is progressing. No, still going. Okay, what about this? Yeah, that thing's gonna be great. Okay. Remove the candles and books. I hope Nacho likes this when he sees it. Just all of the nacho triangles everywhere. We need like a bowl of nachos in the maybe that's like instead of the sacrament, instead of like, you know, they eat the chips at church, they just have a bowl of nachos in the church. Trust me, he'll like it. Man, I mean, so much support for the stream. The least we can do is make him a church and a religion. I think that's going to be really, really funny. Okay. There we go. Nice. The other thing I want to do is, I think yeah, it'll be good to get the, where are we? Where's our board? There it is. All right, now we just do the generate a candle holder from this picture on its own with nothing else. Putting that in here is going to be like a really nice touch. It's going to close the whole space out. And then lights for the windows and all over the walls. Oh, hey. Oh, actually.
They usually drink wine with it. What drink of choice would he choose?
Feel like he'd drink a rum and coke or something. Or a good whiskey. I don't know. I don't know what Nacho would choose, but we are definitely not definitely. We're probably gonna have a bowl of nachos sitting somewhere. Maybe like right on the altar, right in the middle, like right here. We'll have some religious books. We'll have some candles, and we'll have a bowl of nachos. That is one asset I think would be very worth it. Remove the candle from this and just have the candle holder. Internal environments can take a fairly long time, guys. Like outside, there's a lot going on. Keep in mind, every house that we've made in the town, if we give it the same treatment as this, it's going to be a pretty good... Seb just sent Goldie 2 screenshots that might help. I just sent Goldie 2 screenshots that might help? Oh, sorry. You're saying Goldie just sent 2 screenshots that might help me? I don't have any messages from Goldie lately. Hold. All right, holding. W Church Nummies, you're not wrong. Okay, that'll be very nice. Excellent. We need one of the lanterns from the wall as well. And books. We're gonna need books. Lots of books is in the churches. Yes, yes. On the seats, on the little raily things. We got the book reading thing. I think clutter will really help round out the environment too, hey? When we add a little bit of that. We might even have like some way to sit when we're in there. All right, we need more perspective for... I mean, this one will be useful. We're definitely going to do that candle holder because we already have candles. So it makes sense that we just make a holder for that. Where is our... I mean, object there. Glad to see that the game is continuing to be made, Binge. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little addicted. I'm a little addicted to it. It's cool to see it come together. There's still a lot to do if we actually continue along the line of like building this thing, but yeah, much appreciated, Binge. How are you? Good to see you, dude. It's always nice when people swing through the stream. I think that's my favorite thing about streaming, honestly. Magal, thank you for the follow. Huge. Um, how'd you find the stream, man? I'm guessing you're looking through software and game development. That's awesome. Thank you for swinging by. Okay, there's our front view. What's up? Yeah, we just making games. We're making a game called Not Monsters. Have you been lurking for long, or do you know what's going on? Do you want me to fill you in, or do you know what's up? You're probably like, I've been lurking here for weeks. I don't need to be told anything. I know exactly what's happening. Okay, let's download that. PNG. Okay, with you. Rotate the camera up. Change the perspective to look top down onto this. Change the perspective to look top down. I haven't been lurking for long. New. Oh, dude. Okay, cool. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're making a game. We're making a game here. We're doing some software and game development. I'm guessing you probably found us through software and game development category on Twitch, but this is what we're making. We're making a game called Not Monsters. It's a social deduction party game. So you can think of it as like a little bit like Among Us, but instead we're going to be doing it more like Werewolf, where there are monsters and villagers. So we're going to set it like in a medieval setting, but there's your the character controller is more like this, where you move top down, and so it's instead of the Among Us like flat 2D thing, where we're doing a full 3D game with lots of different characters. I'll take you back to the characters menu, so you can see what's up. Here you go. So we'll go through the play menu. If I just host a game quickly, you can see all the different characters that you can play, including like a lamplighter whose responsibility it is to keep the lights on in the town, a shepherd who has to guide and feed the flock and stop it getting killed by monsters in the night, the butcher who helps turn the flock into food for the village. So there's like an ecosystem, like a farmer who grows food for you get the idea. Like the blacksmith can enhance people's weapons. And then we'll see if we get lucky. Yeah, we got so randomly, this happens kind of rarely. Some villages get allowed to be monsters as well. So you can see there's lots of streamers who we've done stuff with. So right now, Fruity's online. You can see Loserfruit's got her little icon to indicate that this is her character. And so she's got this, her monster is a Frankenstein monster, but my sister has Vampsfee, it's a vampire. We've got like a Yeti. We've got this worm woman thing. We've got this I think we're calling her the Banshee character, the Alice character. There's like a poltergeist. There's a whole bunch of different monsters. And so if you select it, we go into the lobby, which we're building out right now. We're building out the lobby, and so then you get to play as the character you selected. But since I did happen to randomly get assigned the monster role, if I wanted to, I could do this and go boom and switch into a monster and then kill the other villagers. So the way you actually vote, the way you do murders and the way you vote people out is by fighting. It's a fighting game. So yeah. Fun times. That's the pitch, man. That's the pitch. You're interested in game development, but no artistic skill whatsoever. I have difficulty learning new things and I'm slow at learning, so I'm hesitant to try to learn. Nah, don't do that, man. Like, get into it. Like the artistic ability is something that comes with practice. Every artist, even the most talented people, I think talent, there's a component of talent, but I think in truth, talent is more hard work than just like inborn ability. And the more you the harder you work, the more talented you get in a sense. And so the best thing you can do is like change your self-perception, right? Right now, you described yourself as not an artist. The number one thing you can do to create better art is start to identify as a person who creates art and start changing what you do to do the thing that you want to do, right? If you want to make art, start saying, I'm an artist and I'm learning instead of I'm not very good at art, right? And then go and do it and you'll get better and better and better. And eventually you'll get to the point where you can just implement, you can do the things that you want to do. But if you have an identity about like this isn't something I can do, then you'll never do that. I did more art than programming when I began creating games and software. And more recently, I'm definitely been locking in more and doing more like programming. I completely switched my identity and changed who I was to a person who wrote a lot of code. That's the short of what I'm trying to get at here. But yeah, it's, yeah, man. So I see you're using GPT. Are you using that to make assets? We're using that to make concepts. We're using it for concepting, and then we're using different systems to make the actual assets. So, yeah. But we are using some codecs for code. I mean, I'm noticing there's some errors there that I probably need to fix up. We just did a massive refactor. Happened off screen, but like really, really big refactor. Let's see. So I think from here we've got front on, top down. I think change the perspective to a side view. All right, where are we at? Close that out. That can go there. All right, one more time. We're going to run that. Do those errors just come up immediately? Yo, thank you for the tier 3. Tier 3 subscription. God of War, jeez. Dude, that's a big sub. Did I just get a tier 3 sub? Wild. All right, hold on. I don't know what to tell you. Hold on, Goldie. I'll show you what I'm getting here. I'm probably doing something stupid, but sorry guys, just one moment. I'm trying to help Goldie out by illustrating something. I think what you're showing me there, Goldie, in that message is because you're already connected with her. Announcements channel and click on her from there. That'll work if it is there. Where is the announcements channel? I don't think I even see one. I see live. I see content alerts. I see the hey. Okay, no worries. Yeah. I see the live thing, but we're getting the app is sending those announcements. Yeah. Okay, go to the news channel. Yeah, we've got. Oh yeah, I see it. I got it. I got it. Says the message cannot be delivered. Sorry, God of War. That's what I'm getting. That's what it says. Message could not be delivered. Yeah, totally. This is why I think it's just best if she reaches out. If she's really like, if she really like it, then I'm really happy to do it. But I think it's best if she just reaches out. It's just too hard otherwise. Yeah, probably God of War. Probably. All right, let's see. Where are we at? So, what are you trying to do? God of War reached out to Verticus, and Verticus is interested in having a character in the game, which would be really cool. So I was trying to reach out to her, but it's okay. We'll do that another time when I'm not trying to stream, and then I can really just like focus on doing it properly. So this is going to be the door, and it's the door of the chapel. Chapel door. This can go to extract here. I was trying to get a rat character into the game. Actually, that's a pretty cool character. Especially if we get to the point where we are doing, where we've got... Would it be like a rat kind of werewolf type thing? A were-rat? That could be very cool. Okay, chapel door. Create new folder. Chapel door. I think door is an understatement for what this thing is. I think it needs to be... There's got to be a name for big double doors like this. Is that her idea, God of War? That's a really good question. Up to you, Seb. For me and Nunya, it's more of a meme. No, I mean it could be a thing. We're going to be doing. It would just be a character that gets done later. That's the thing with something like a rat. It's a bipedal character. It's a quadrupedal character instead of a bipedal character. And those 4 legs, they take a lot more time animating. So I'll be doing those kind of characters later on. We need to do it because, we need to do them because Oasis wants her Gibby in it. And Gibby, it's a dog with 4 legs, so we'll see what we can do with that. But okay, we're going to go chapel door, create new scene, chapel door. Oh, I don't like the lighting of this, guys. And I don't like the scale. I think even 3 we're gonna find, but let's get it into the chapel and take it from there. Yeah, sure enough. Let's go see our block out. It's even taller, yeah. So there's like a lot of space to go down. We're gonna have to go drop down fairly far. Or maybe not. There's long steps up, which means we'll need some steps down. I hadn't really considered that. But already I think this needs to be a little bigger, but not that much bigger, surprisingly. I thought it was going to be much bigger. -1 here. -2.3. Hello, Gorky. Big fan of you too, man. Welcome in. It's just for the memes. Okay. I mean, the rat thing could be good. It could be like, it could fit the theme, you know? It could actually work. I think it should probably go up about here. Does that feel right? I feel like the color of the stone is off. The color of the stone is off, and it's because the image was generated with the wrong color. So that's not ideal. Let's just go see how this actually looks in game. Quick run. Nanya, you like to troll more than me. Will she actually like being like the rat character, or is it like a meme that would annoy her? Like genuinely, because I want to make sure that she actually likes the character that we create for her. Oh, I did miss out on... we didn't turn our reference off. Blockout goes off. Yep. Um, I would say that's so dope. Hold on. With the medieval doctor's mask, Raisins, have you not seen the Plague Doctor yet? That's a big surprise. I feel like you'd seen everything by now. Trat trolled her with the rat cosplay a tiny bit. Okay, okay. I mean, it sounds like she's a were rat for sure. I do indeed, from myself to her on her channel. With all due respect, it would probably be the best to let her do her own communicating. It's, I mean, yeah, yeah. She's hard to get in touch with, but, and I agree, the witch doctor is actually, sorry, not the witch doctor, the plague doctor is sick. Um, okay, that is a door. How do I feel about it? I'm not convinced. I'm not sure I like it. It's too inconsistent with its color. It's too inconsistent with its color, perhaps. And we need more pedestals around it to account for... So more steps down. We've got the big flags. Gonna need a like a... can we do that with... we'll need roof. That's another thing that we really need. Grimbolt, historian here, for what it's worth, and probably not much. Plague Doctor isn't medieval. Yo, totally. It's early modern 17th century. Okay, so what happened with Plague Doctor here? Have you guys seen Pestily before? Pestily's like I really like his channel. I really like his channel. Of all the different streamers that I've ever, this is one I actually just looked at his channel. If we go to characters, see Pestily's brand is this Plague Doctor. You can kind of see. So even though it's not historically accurate, his brand is so much this Plague Doctor that I feel like, if we're going to do a character inspired by him, then I just have to stay faithful to it. Even though it's not historically accurate, but you're totally right, Grembold. And we are trying to be a little bit historically accurate, but this is also a game with like werewolves in it. So, we're going to give ourselves a little bit of artistic license. Okay. Seb check DMs for a pic reference. I think she likes rats. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Let me get my Discord. Oh, okay, I get it. That is quite the rat costume. Yep. Wild, okay. Hold on, I'll try and get that up. Where was it? That rat costume. That one. Got it. Okay. That's good reference. I do need to, I think before we go and make anything, I really want to like have some kind of, I need to just like get in touch with Bert, and I'm sure she's busy streaming. And right now I'm busy streaming, so we will like God of War. I'm so keen. If she's up for it, I'm up for it. Nobody cares about us, the pedantic people. No, fair enough. Fair enough. I do. As a fellow pedant, I care. So let's say the game is around that time. Inaccurate word choice in my okay, but that's just a dope little character in detail. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it looks awesome. It does look awesome. Um, but I kind of like do want to try and be historically accurate with these kind of things, but all right, we need to try again with this. So how can we get let's get this in because I do feel like this is going to be one of the best assets. The roof as well we need to work on. So we need the square glass pane windows from the roof. Where is our prompt? Okay. The church is looking good. Good. I'm glad. I really do want I really do want it to look good. Yeah, it's going to be like a place where every player goes through and gets an impression of the art quality of the game. So, like, if actually it's going to be the first impression people ever have of the game. So it is kind of important that it gets done really well. Um, okay, generate the table in the middle of the frame. We're not doing that. We're going generate the rectangular plate glass windows. They're called plate glass. What are they? Hold on, I'm doing this more and more. I do find it handy to. It's like how would you describe? You can just go like, how would you describe this thing? How would you describe these windows? Put this down to just one or two words, please. AFK for 5 minutes. No worries, God of War. See you in 5. Okay, the lanterns are another really big detail, and then these hanging the chandeliers. Generate the chandeliers. Man, I wish I could spell. Those kids and their spelling bees. Generate a chandelier. Chandelier on its own. Whoa, what happened there? What did I click? What did I click? Whoops. It's still cooking. Okay, I must have accidentally hit like that, right? Where is it though? Shouldn't it be on the end here? It'll probably show up here. Wherever it is. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So just open that in chat, please. Okay, where are we? What are we calling this? The naming is half the challenge with stuff like this. In just one word, describe the table that we see in the middle of this scene. I'm really trying to find a way to describe this glass that places it inside of its environment. The name should capture its shape and position. Altar. Yeah, alright. Altar actually works quite well. Altar, that was what I was after. For sure. Altar. Create new folder. Altar. I would love to play one of Seb's games at one point, maybe after I get a PC. Yeah. What do you mean though, Gorky? Do you not have a PC? That's interesting. That's interesting. How did that happen? Okay. Here's our altar. Center that. We'll move him up a little. Okay, main. Put him in here, and then art tests, we can definitely crank that like 2 times the size, right? This church is starting to look churchy. Now this asset definitely needs some colliders. So we're going to add static body 3D, and then collision shape 3D. The shape will be a good old box. Yep, that'll do. Let's give this a spin. I got a PS5 in 2022 and an Xbox Series X like 6 months later. I mean, that's a fair bit of stuff to game on, for sure, Gorky. I'm such a, like, computers are a lot of people, for a lot of people, computers are like tools for playing games, right? And it may as well be a console. But I think in my case, I'm really keen on that one thing really makes this space pop, guys. That is really an important piece. That's an important piece of the environment. What a difference it makes. That's almost as important to this environment as the window, I think. All right, cool. Um, let's have a think. The door probably needs to go bigger. The door needs to go bigger. Chapel door. Maybe about that much bigger. She calls all types of names. One was being... She calls us all types of names, one being little rats. So chat called her Rat Queen, and the costume was a sub goal. Oh, wow. That she had to dress as a rat for PAX. Wouldn't it be cool if we did like let us summon like 100 little rat monsters that fought with her and like attacked and stuff? That'd be cool. That's a hard task though. That's becomes an optimization problem when you have that many little entities trying to path around and stuff like that. Would be cool. Would be cool, but don't want to put ideas in your head, Chad. That one probably not a great idea, just in terms of effective use of time. Adding something that sophisticated. All right, we need another wall that like... How do I feel about that? It is quite grand, isn't it? Is it too big? Let's just hide our walls for a hot minute. You know what? I don't think it is too big. I think it's just the right size. Why is our door on the walls? So reparent to the top here. How's the modular chapel going? Jess, it's coming along. It's coming along pretty well. Let me show you. Hold on, I need to turn the door off. Okay, actually we're pretty spot on with the size of the door. If I size, I mean, it might even honestly have to go bigger. Who'd have thought? That's kind of wild. That's wicked. All right. This is going to be a very nice feature. This chapel door when it's in. It's a big object, guys. Okay. How's the vision v reality? I mean, there's a big gap still, but we're making good progress. We're making good progress. Definitely making progress. We can see, yeah, you can see it coming together here. If so I've got my block out. And then if I put the walls on, starting to be real. Slowly, one bit at a time, becoming more and more real. We need walls right up against this, but I think both of these need to go back. Actually, you know what? They don't. The chairs need to go. The chairs need to move. The chairs are in the wrong spot. Wall needs to go there where those chairs are. Which means maybe the... Looking nice indeed. Nice. Good. Back from the Spanish lesson. Welcome back. Can't type honestly. It would be best if trying to contact her to use the business email or contact her mods. None of your biz. I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. But at the same time, I think this is the kind of thing where this isn't like a business arrangement, and I don't want to like set it and frame it that way. I just want, if streamers want to be involved in this, then they can reach out and they can show excitement and enthusiasm, and it's something that I might like talk with them and then put in a character that's inspired by them. So on one hand, I see where you're coming from, but on the other hand, I don't want to. The framing of something like this is important too, where yeah, just doing a quick daily Duolingo lesson, dude. That owl is such good, like incredibly good design. There's such incredibly good design in that. They've designed that so well. All right, that's a good description right there. Now that's what I'm after. Okay, so remove the candles. Remove the candles. After that, actually is good. Made me keep a 40-day streak. Nice. Bit hard. We need to keep English in chat if I recall. True. We use Dutch from time to time, but... Man, that door actually really makes the space. I'm kind of keen to jump in and see this. Hold on. First things first. Let's add a static body 3D and a collision shape 3D. We can do a couple of do we want cylinders? They're not exactly cylinders, are they? They're more like... These are going to be closer to stairs, I would think. Maybe like that. We'll see. What's this shape? Separation ray shape. A 3D ray shape used for physical collisions that tries to separate itself from any collider. What is this? Separation ray shape. I have no idea what this is. Yep, about that. I don't like this one. I think that's a little too far off. This is a hard one. Because we could do it with a sphere, but I don't know. A capsule's also not the best shape for this. You know what might be the way to go here? A convex shape polygon might be the way to go. Fass? What are you doing? Hey yo, don't forget we leave at like 10:10 tomorrow.
Hey,
Gotcha.
don't forget we leave at like 10:10 tomorrow.
Yo, thank you for the follow, Fass. You've been following this whole time? My gosh. A whole year, 12 months. Fass, a year. This is a year follow anniversary. First. Oh, dude. That's, yep. W12 months. Look how much you've grown. So proud of you. Yo. Thank you, Fassby. We couldn't have done it without you. Couldn't have done it without you. I'm very, very, very proud of you too, Fass. I'm really proud of you. Yeah, it's kind of amazing to have you as my sister. Thank you so much for everything you've done to support the channel. 12 months is a big deal. It's pretty incredible. Yeah, big clap. 12 months, true. That means, hold on. No. We'll have to keep an eye on when the partner anniversary happens. I will stick it to the app. Hold on. Sibling love and support. Yep, I hear you though. I don't want to be late for the gym, so I'm going to set my alarm for like 9 a.m. and that means 8 hours sleep is about now, but I'm going to try for like 7. But you're right. I need to go soon. We need to wrap it. I really just did want to make more progress on this before doing that, but that's okay. There's always another day to develop the game. Always another day. Let's have a look. Okay, you're going to bed. Good night. Good night. Sleep well. I think that with a couple more shapes will do the trick. Oh, that was pretty quick and close, actually. Put him over here. Scale him up. All right, it's about right. Another run. Have a good night, ma'am. Indeed. Indeedy. Play. Hosted the game. Selecto. Not Monsturo. Look at him. That short king. This little waddly run. It doesn't feel too bad. Acceptable. This altar feels like really closes the space out. Okay, chapel. Let's get rid of that block out so we can see it. All right, still a lot to do. I'd say we're like halfway through it, probably. Like halfway through it. Maybe not even that. Change the angle to a orthographic top-down perspective. Can we do something other than chains here? Change the chains for ropes. That's pretty good. And then we're going to change the candle holders. Would they use ropes for that? I guess they probably wouldn't. All right, the other thing that we want to do, because I want to do this in parallel, is... now, one thing at a time. Altar was handy. I mean, hold on. Let's work here. We'll work here. Generate the... window panes at the top of the... on the roof. On their own. Front on perspective. Okay, nice. That can kind of work. Make the candle holders simpler and more primitive. Simpler shapes. Keep in mind this will be a low poly 3D model. I feel like these dots are supposed to do something cool and animated, but they're not. That's kind of broken. All right, I reckon we got one more hour. One more hour of productivity tonight before we have to call it, guys. Create a single... Create just one single rectangular window. Change the perspective to directly top down. One hour is still a 7-hour stream. Yeah, yep. But, 2 hours was baking with FastFeast, and that doesn't feel like Doesn't feel like it. Feels different, right? Feels different. Feels like if that was 2 hours, then we were doing like I feel like it's a 4 hour stream, you know. I still have a lot of energy. I could go ages. All right. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Um, Make sure it's consistent. Um, okay. Give me a detailed description of what you see in these windows so that I can describe them more verbosely. That may be Seb, but remember what Fast said. Yep, 10 a.m. True that. So 1 hour gets me to 2 a.m. That means 8 hours sleep, 7 hours if I do if I have a bit of a morning routine. So I'm still good. If I go to 2 a.m., I'm still good. Yo, Recursor. Sorry, is that? God, that's a cool name. Recursor, dude, that's a sick name. Recursor 3D too. Oh my god, I feel like that's one of the. I feel like I should just rename my stream to Recursor because that's such a cool word when you put it in the setting. That's very cool, man. Thanks for the follow too. Do appreciate it. Um, okay, there we go. So. That's nice. Change the perspective to bottom up. Okay, top down, bottom up. That might honestly be enough. No, we need the front on. A direct front on perspective is going to be important here. Any other big assets you guys can see that need to be in this? Ooh, that's quite nice. Rotate the frame 90 degrees, but keep the mosaic facing upright. That's quite cool. Yeah, if we stick those around the top of the ceiling, I'm going to be very happy with that. That's moving in the right direction. We really need to change the frame rate of this camera before we stream next, guys. I got to remember that. I'll get a new camera. Really need a new camera. Taking longer than usual. Really? No, you... Whoa, why'd you do two? Dun, dun, dun. It's like... Ding, ding, ding. Oh, it's getting them confused. That's really annoying. That's really, really annoying. It's getting them confused, guys. I was working on this, and it started throwing me... Yeah, that's annoying. It's confused them. That's so bad. Now my whole freaking thread is gone. How can I get to the... Oh, you didn't. That's very annoying. Chat, I'm annoyed. I don't know if you can tell, but it's got rid of... I don't think I can even get to it. Like, straight up. It's going to deny me. It's going to, like... Let me see this. Open in chat. Where is it? That's not it. They can make an AI that's as intelligent as a human. They can't make an interface that can keep track of an image. Okay. Rotate this image. Change the perspective to bottom up. Did it delete the chain? I actually changed the chain to a rope. I intentionally changed the chain to a rope. Okay. We could just go with a design like that, honestly. Maybe it wouldn't look too bad if we did that design and then like made the orbs lead toward the... So it kind of like points towards the... you know, let's try it. Let's try it. See what we get. That's a weird ass perspective. And it generated it twice. And it's not from the bottom up. It's still from the top down. Very annoyed. Okay, one at a time. I'm not gonna deal with that. I'm gonna do one thing at a time because it seems to just gets confused. I mean, the GPT chain chat chain, unless you're talking about the same thing. Oh, no, yeah, it did delete the chain. I actually asked it to replace the actual chain in the image with a rope, which, you know, but there's like the part of this conversation where I was like, hey, could you please generate the chandelier is completely gone. No chandeliers left. Okay, generate the chandelier. Chandelier from this picture. A white brown in orthographic front-on perspective. You know what? This might actually mean next sprint, next stream. I think next stream is sprint 3. And we'll actually be on track to start making multiplayer with the start of the stream, which is freaking awesome. That's going to be very cool. Okay, this is a better one. I'm happy with this. Change the perspective to top down. Remove the candles. You know, I should have changed the chains to rope first. Replace the chains with thick rope. Oh, that's more chains than I expected. We only should have a cross of chains, not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, it should be 1, 2, 3, 4. There should only be 4 ropes. You're generating images too quickly. Am I? Or are you choosing to double generate images when I didn't ask you to? Annoying. Annoying. Straight up. All right, what else can we do while we're here? We can try and have a shot at like figuring these walls out. It might be as simple as like this, and then we let the roof deal with stuff later. Could work. A bit hesitant to roll with it, since I know that it needs it's going to need a little extra love on those diagonals. But could work. All right, let's get these windows in. Feel like the windows will make a difference. What do we call them? There was a... Simplify this down into a single word that could be used to describe it. I'm interested in describing its appearance and location in the architecture. Oh. All right. Back to our... Describe the location and appearance of these windows in architectural terms. Okay. Celestory. Create a folder. Celestory. Plate glass. Celestory. And we're going to call it window 2. Maybe we just go glass window And then glass window like that. Plate might not be the right way to describe it. Not so... Isn't it? Oh, what the hell? You're right. That's interesting. Have you worked on multiplayer games before? Feroz, yeah, absolutely. We've used a whole bunch. Goldie, did you notice that our viewer count's quite high? I thought it was like, that was unusually high, potentially. Maybe software and game development's not the best category to be streaming in. Neither of us changed it. I did actually change it, and I hit done, and it just didn't change. Or it did change, and then when I went back to the panel, it like updated. But isn't that interesting? Maybe, yeah, maybe just chatting's a better place to hang out. I don't personally know, but it seems like that's possible. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Yeah, there we go. Now that we have exact positions, we can get these windows right. Got to get some bikinis if you want to do just chatting. Yeah, maybe I should find a way to make games in my hot tub and then just wear a bikini making games in my hot. How could that fail? Couldn't go wrong with that. Could not go wrong with that. What are we saying? We've just figured out Twitch. We've just figured out we've solved it. We've solved it, guys. That's the way. That's the future of software and game development. Hot tub software and game development. Bro would spawn some... Unlikely. More like would get electrocuted. That sounds like a great way to both ruin the Nacho PC, get yourself electrocuted, and okay. This is going to be our glass window Celeste story. We aren't actually finished with that refactor. We need to glass window feature. Same here. Glass window feature. Glass window, yep. Glass window, good. Okay. To our art tests. Where are we going to put this thing? Guess we just float him in the sky, don't we? create a new scene, name it up. Ooh. Ooh. Could look fancy, chat. Could look fancy. Let's see him in scene. Like double the size, please. Oh my gosh, this is gonna look cool. I can already tell. I mean, it just straight up goes on the, all right, here goes. Boom. Oh, the beam actually continues. Okay, we're getting there. Oh boy. Okay, you two scale up a little. Just a little more. All of these need to go on Windows, of course, so we don't lose track of it. And then all right, let's hope it looks good. They really actually continue all the way. So you know what, these can go. And I'm gonna put this, if I copy paste that, go 0, 0, 0, make him 0, move him across, there, and then ready, bam, bam, bam. Oh, wait, what? Thought if I copy, yeah, there we go. That's what I expected to see. Okay, all of those need a little bit of a scale down this way. Don't like the music. You know what would be wild? Hold on. If a person or persons would need to draw everything before they can implement it into a game. I mean, often you don't work that way, God of War. What used to happen was like you would just jump in and make it in the 3D engine. Like you start by doing it that way where you're drawing everything, but then more and more you learn that the way to do it is like as you get good at it, you can start to do it without jumping into like without concepting first. Um, but not always. Like also not always. Okay, we're gonna try and copy these beams across. If I reparent those to Windows, all right. They did not continue there, and they didn't on this side either. All right, we're getting somewhere. Let's pick up our prompting and see if it's gonna let us keep moving because it blocked us, if you recall. Play host game. Monster? Oh my god. We got to be a monster? Werewolf, please. A lot of this ceiling you're not even going to be seeing, guys, but it's starting to feel very churchy. It's starting to feel very churchy. We've got to like do a thing with our walls to fix that up. And then we've got to get the lights and stuff in. God, the rays of light are going to be awesome. Okay. This wall needs a bit of a scoot. All right. So it needs beams. They can be straight beams though. So let's go one of these beams. $90 degrees. Put it nya. That's too steep. All right, hold on. We need to scale locally there. Yeah. And, I mean, this one's curved, but honestly, let's not bother with the curving. When I look at this, that implies the wall's about there, which I guess it is. So there's the wall. Whoa, what the heck? If I copy that, paste it, and move it along this axis, there's no way it doesn't line up there. That's better. All right. Yeah, I feel like now that I see these, both those windows, or all four, I guess, need to come down a little. About there. Okay, cool. Now, all of that, let's see there. If I flip that 180, do like we did yesterday on Fast V Stream and flip it and reverse it. What we could do here, be a bit sneaky with these ones. Copy that, flippy, pasty that. No, it's not going to work, is it? The scale will, though. Okay, those can go back against the wall. All right, let's have a look. Not a monster. Lighting is going to be super important for getting this scene right. Yeah, lighting will be interesting. I think I'm going to have to fix some of these meshes, like actually make a real effort to tidy them up. The wall and the floor especially. We're getting close, guys. I need to just like really need to finish the the roof. How's the alignment here? Okay. That's fairly strange. I don't know why this fits, but that doesn't fit. That's pretty weird. There's some quirk going on here. Yeah, what the heck? We can always just do this. No, but that doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. Strange. Well, that's the problem. All right, that's the problem right there. We have way more wall space than we actually thought. All right. All right. How do we tackle the roof? How do we tackle the roof, guys? That's gonna be a good trick. Also gonna have to have some props behind there, I think. Do we do the hanging? Yeah, I think that's gonna look really good. So let's do it. Corporate wants us to tell. Okay, it is actually that one. That one's better. Image 2 is better. We're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So halve the number of ropes. Halve the number of ropes. God, guys, look at this. This is a freaking church. That church is starting to actually exist. It's coming together. Would you freaking believe it? How did we do that? That's awesome. I mean, the panel here isn't even that complicated, honestly. It's like the ceiling might not even be that bad to do. Um, maybe we aim at that first. Get some wooden beams going. Remove the topmost rope. Keep the candle holders though. You know what? Let's not worry about this. Change the perspective to directly front on. Add the candles back to the chandelier. Okay, that might be... I think the one thing in this place that I'm not happy with, I'm happy with the look of it, but I'm not happy with the texture on it, is going to be this door. I think we might need to do some revisions to how that door looks. It's the one thing that doesn't fit in. It doesn't fit in quite as well as I need it to yet. Oh, guys, this is going to be so sick. It's going to be so sick when we have this. Imagine you go into the lobby and it's here and it's just filled with other players jumping around, messing around, doing stuff. It is going to be very cool. Okay, in our design, the walls actually go in here. Just like that, yeah. I guess. So everyone can see where others are looking. Yeah, here, hold on. I'll go out of this match and I'll show you, just so you have a little bit more context here. Character head angle should follow the character angle up. Would be funny. Yeah, not a bad idea. Yeah, 15 more minutes, God of War. 15 more minutes and I'll start to wrap up. Not a bad idea, actually. I kind of like that idea, Fairzot. That is a cool idea. Yeah, I kind of like it, actually, if I think about it. So it's like... So if you go like that, the head would turn in that direction. If you go like that, the head would turn in that direction. The thing is, though... Like when the head turns to past a certain point, if I do this, if I turn like that, right, my head's now locked. If I'm looking behind me, if I need to turn further, the shoulders turn and it starts to get complicated. Could just do it like this, I guess. And then limit it to like when you're in this mode. I think it should be okay to go to completely weird angles. It's not a bad idea. I actually kind of really like the idea. Could make it even more funny in my opinion, but up to you. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. Just not like 360 degrees. We shouldn't be able to like look straight behind us. There should be limits to the amount that it can rotate, but it's a cool feature. It's a cool feature. If we had a little bit more time in this stream, we might even try it. Remove all of the candles. So I actually added the candles in here, guys, so that it remembered it was a chandelier. Notice it introduced, like it removed ropes. It removed ropes, which is an issue here. Van Herheim, welcome in, man. Chin to shoulder should be the way to go. Yeah. It's probably about the limit of the range of motion that we would want it to do, but it's a good idea. I really actually like it. We need to... head movement with camera look. Head movement with camera look. That's a good one. Thank you for the suggestion. Fazio. Faziro. Thank you, Faziro. Fashirozot. Thanks, man. Yeah, I think breaking it down makes it a bit easier for me with my simpleton brain to understand and pronounce. Glad I could help. No, thanks. The help is helpful. I changed the perspective when you see how for some reason with the candles it's like, oh, I can do that. Get rid of the candles, it's like, what? Change the camera's perspective to top down. Keep just 4 ropes. Keep just 4 ropes. Good night, Goldie. We're going to bed pretty soon too. Though if I know you, you'll be doing your wind down bed routine for a little hot minute. It's very cool that we're able to just like generate the internals of a building like this. We'll use the same approach to get the rest of the buildings, guys, which is pretty cool. Good. All right, this is good. Change the perspective to directly front on with no... Change the angle to directly front on with no perspective. Completely orthographic projection. That could be, this could be it. This could be the one we work from. And then we're like, guys, we're looking pretty good. I've just got to get a bunch of the different lanterns on the wall. Lanterns on the wall are going to make a big difference. And then the vertical beams. But honestly, the vertical beams, if I'm smart about it, could just be... I mean, I do actually like those pillars. Those pillars are quite nice. And the little like cross things, also quite nice. But nothing we can't do with a pillar, with a beam. We can like size a beam down and do that. I think we do need that big rock base for the. You know what? We might already have something we can use for that. Maybe we do want to like just pillars like that. I think a different bit of just like whatever you call this, a cornice or something. I think these need to be redone. They're going to have a really big impact on the aesthetic. I don't even think these are necessarily like wood. Snaz GT, hello. Sequential circuit design is kicking your ass. Dude, sequential circuit design sounds freaking hard. That sounds like a very complicated thing. How about instead, you watch us do complicated things? Okay. To directly front on. The angle down, rotate. So rotate the camera 90 degrees down to directly front on. See if we can get that, because we're very close, very close. Those wooden beams will be changed to stone textures, and they will be the look you're going for. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think I might need to just like, what's this part of the architecture called? What are the horizontal lines in this architecture called? It seems like there are two kinds of wall, the upper wall and lower wall. I'm interested in the architectural terms for the lower section. Wainscot, yeah, okay. So we did get the terminology right. The perspective should be horizontal. We are viewing... We want to view this chandelier directly front on. Eyes in line with the... looking forward. I think we might need to remind it it's a chandelier. And yeah, you're not wrong. I think we do need to... we need to change it to wood, and then yeah, we'll change it to wood. And then we'll get the pillars, the beams, and then I think we'll be pretty damn close. The wood adds a nice touch, but like a really expensive church that lasts forever wouldn't have this much wood, I think. It wouldn't have this much wood. I'm sorry. That was bad, and I feel bad. Looking real nice. Yo, thank you, Danex. We are getting there. We're getting there. This is the one thing I think is not, that's not there yet. This needs redoing. Um, can't you please just... All right. Keep the perspective unchanged. This room looks so different when you expose it to sunlight. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This isn't actually UE5, smartass. This is Godot. Different engine. We were using UE5 on the weekend, like last weekend. But yeah, we're now back in a different game engine called Godot. And yeah, it really does. Here, I'll show you it without the, like with, enclosed lighting, which is going to be closer to this. But yeah, we got some work to do on it to get it, to get the lighting done. But yeah, I think some emissive stuff is going to really help make this look cool. But we're getting somewhere with it. I think the door needs to, yeah, door needs a change. All right, let's just see what we get with this. That's 4 of them. Oh no. I just noticed something. The angle here is wrong. That door, yeah, I know. The door is wrong. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it. So, let's see if we can get a bottom view out of this as well. This is actually proving difficult. Whoops. All right, hold up. What's happening there? Yep, all right. That's fixed. Then the other thing here, I don't want to be fussing about what? Deselect that, paste that. Annoying, hold on. I'm gonna brush that over with white instead. All right. These chandeliers are more challenging than most things. Hold on. All right, there we go. Get that as a PNG. All right. This has been a very, very difficult asset. It's not bad though. It is bad because it looks like it's done by a different artist. That is the reason why it's bad. I think you're absolutely right about it. Wrapping up. Yep, it's 2 a.m. I know. I'm going to get the chandelier in, and then I'm wrapping. So it's very close, very close. Let's see who's around her raid. I wonder if Bert's on. Nope. Lisa is a raid time. Have you been streaming for 7 hours? I have been streaming for 7 whole hours. Look at her go. Look at her go. Oh my gosh, she's doing so freaking well. She's doing so well, guys. How's she been going? Look at this. What I want to see is Lisa. How's she doing? Big stream today? I mean, not really. Not really. Oh, look at that. It wasn't actually here. What happened here? What was she doing back here? Among Us. A lot of Among Us. She played a lot of Among Us. And then Apex? Yo, that's interesting. That's really interesting. And look at her. This is her Arc Raiders. This is her Arc Raiders arc, chat. There she is right there. She been at this a while, guys. 2021. What's that stream? Jesus, she had 4,000 people on her stream one time. She's who we are going to raid 100% today, by the way. She just needs to stay in a little longer. Among Us in the time period that shall no longer be named. What was the time period and why won't it be named? Oh, guys, I'm actually pretty happy with myself on this one. Look at that. Look at that. That actually, for such a complicated object, just don't pay any attention to the poly count. But that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Not unhappy with that. The COVID times. Oh, those times. That makes sense. Oh man, imagine if I was streaming in the COVID times. Those would have been quite some times. We could have made a game. I should have been doing that. I should have been like, all right, I'm out. I'm going to go make a computer game. All right, what do we really need to finish this thing off? It's not brick up here, interestingly. It's not a brick wall. I might do something where it's like a short wall and then some beams horizontally. So let's see. Gonna do it like that. And then this directly lines up with it, right? Did we even like consult? Did we even consult our block out? Oh no, chat. There's extra space above. Let's look at our windows. Are these windows really actually supposed to be this tall? I don't like that much stretch. I don't. We can just have a bit of like, we can have some banding. What if it was like this? That actually just does not look as good. What if this? All right, all right. I'm not against it. Oh, that's the geometry. Okay, okay. Yeah, this can work. This can work. Time to raid and get some sleep. Thank you for the suggestion, Goldie. Sorry, God of War. I know I'm a certain person that was bugged you a while ago to start streaming. I know a certain person that was bugging you a while to start streaming. Yes, Fast definitely was. She definitely did some bugging. These might have to go higher because as I look at this, we're going to put some lanterns below. Yeah, those lanterns go below for sure. It's funny you are already seeing me as Goldie. That means I'm doing my job. Goldie, no. No, Goldie, you can never be replaced. Good night. Sleep well, dude. Thank you again for hanging out in the stream. Another awesome stream. Has been a good one. Has the been a good. A little lower. What an annoying voice line. Different shade of green. Slightly different, yes. Oh, interesting. They're right. It's not trans, but it sounds like trans. What's going on? We're freaking getting there, chat. Okay, I think these go higher. Hear me out. That goes higher. Same here. And then chat. Hold up. More. That and 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 that. And all of that goes right there. Nice. God of War, did you just change your color green? Okay, this is Chandelier. Let's get the spelling right. Chandelier. One more folder. A changed man, I see, with a new color. Who is this new mod you have? Van Helheim. This is God of War. God of War has been a big supporter of the stream over the time we've been streaming, and he really wanted to jump in and help Goldie out, and Goldie was saying he needed some help, so perfect timing. Perfect timing. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's a good asset. It's a good asset, chat. All right. We also have Crips has candles. Lights, candles. Here we go. This is where this gets really cool. All right, that scale it's a bit fiddly. Nice. It's going to be a lot of lights, but it's fine. A lot of lights means a lot of draw calls and rendering passes, but it's going to be worth it, chat. And then I want to... need to randomize this a little. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, guys. You all ready? You ready to see this? Oh, wait. I made a mistake. We made a mistake, chat. I did not put it in the scene first. So we're going to have to reposition all of that probably. Unless we just fluked out. We just happen to luck out and get the size right. I think we did, which is good. Good news for us. Okay. Where do we have this in our scene? So this is kind of like hanging over the... It's hanging like here. We need a little bit of rope for this, but we can do that. Reparent to the chapel. Okay. I might still decide we need to make that bigger. Okay. Hopefully this looks awesome. Who should we go with? Monster! Dun dun dun! Let's go with Weird Worm. Is the rotation off? Nah, god damn it. I thought we were, yeah, I thought we'd run into this. So, art tests reveal that we should have gone like 1.4. Which means the positions of all these need to go up. Did I miss one before? Did I miss a candle before? What? Okay. Really need to be more careful with my process and think ahead. It's a bit like chess. You got to be a few steps ahead sometimes with your art design. Okay, looking good. How goes progress today? We did some refactoring, which came out really well, Jacob. And we're just now getting some lights in, and we've built this chapel, most of it. Honestly, most of it has been this. What do you think? We still need to do the roof, but I'm very close. I'm very close. I thought you missed it on purpose. Creative design. Nope, Van Hoheim, I should have scaled it up first. It reminds me of the Temple of Time a bit for some reason. Dude, that is actually a huge compliment. That's a huge compliment because that's a beautiful like place in a game. Ooh, we got Monster a freaking Gen. How's that? Okay. Its position needs to change so it feels more central. It's funny, sometimes like you don't, until you actually get in and play, you don't have a sense for the space. You can't get a sense for the space until you're like in playing. Almost needs to be under that joining beam. Yeah, one more run. The roof is on fire. Yeah, we're gonna have to have some rope so the MF don't burn. We're not a monster. All right, that positioning's starting to feel right. Yep, this is starting to feel like something. There's a lot of holes and stuff that need fixing, but we've got a good start. Got a good start here. Or you know what? I think we can, so we will. I'm gonna push this back. Just a little there. All right, there we go. That door really needs work. It really just does. It's just not... It's not right. I'm unhappy with it. There's a lot of other stuff that does work in here, but that door undermines it all. Okay. Are the chandeliers on the same y-axis? I think what you're seeing is the shift in perspective. If I look at it like this, they're fine. But because there's depth of field on the camera, when you go like this, they look off. So it's the player's depth of field. Well, if they want it in chat, they will have to... Hold on. They'll have to what? Good luck trying to reason with the man. I've tried a solid year and it hasn't worked. Yup. Fair. But that's it, chat. That's time. We got the chandeliers in. I'm happy with the placement. We're going to check our code in, as we do. When we finish a stream, this is our ritual. Check in your code. All that architecture staged. Art test gets in. Lobby gets in. Burlap, nice, man. 7 stream streak. Huge. Huge, huge, huge. Okay, what do we change here? Oh, we changed that menu. Yeah. Okay. What do we change here? The time of day runtime stuff. That should have changed with the last commit. Hold on. Let's amend the last commit. Stage that. Amend that. Then here, all of our art stuff can come in. Okay, upgrades to the lobby chapel. Upgrades to the lobby chapel, and then that too. Deprecated all plans for multiplayer. Let's see, we had the improved look of character menu. All right, that's it. We're checked in. We're checked in, guys. Fair bit of progress with this environment. The ceiling is like all we need. The roof is not on fire because it is non-existent. But once we get that done, and a little bit more adornment on the wall, we'll call the chapel complete. It has been a fairly time-consuming build, but I mean, I don't want this looking anything but freaking awesome. Is it non-existent because it was on fire? Maybe it was already burned. But that's it. It's time to raid Lisa now, guys. Is she still on? Oh my god, we missed it. She just freaking finished. Well, we've got Perry. Big fan of Perry. We've got Jackie. And we've got Tolga. I think it's Tolga, guys. It's got to be Tolga. Is he on? Ooh, this is a good looking game. I wonder what this is. All right, hold up. Raiden Tolga. All right, ready up, people. What is he playing? Looks good. It is a fun game. Nice. All right, well, we might have to try it sometime. Yeah, I hope he has a good night. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go hang out with Fruity and like Lisa and like that Fruity's place. It's oh, he's a funny guy. Yeah, this is gonna be good. I'm gonna have a good day tomorrow. I won't be online. No streams tomorrow, so I've always had ideas for games, but have nobody to talk to about it. I mean, Moondogs, you should come here and talk to us about it. We love ideas. We love game ideas. We like making games. That's our thing. So not today, because we're about to go. But yeah, Tolga's great. Have fun there. Enjoy his stream. This game looks really interesting. Unreal Engine, obviously, game. Raid message up. Yep, copy pasta that. Get ready. Here we go. And I'll see you guys probably Sunday. So not tomorrow, but the day after. Really looking forward to it. So good night, everyone. See ya.